مسجل لسه ما بدينا التسجيل.
ممكن يطلع البنر كمان هذا لحظة.
أنا صباح الخير الله يكرمك عليك يا كامل.
الشاشة بالبنر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد عليه أفضل الصلاة والتسليم. Dear Excellencies, dear professors, dear researchers, dear partners whom joining us during the Microsoft team and whom watching us through the live streaming on the Facebook, dear distinguished audience, I am welcoming all of you in this hall, and really I am appreciating your attending this international seminar on consolidating the role of civic university by directing the applied scientific research to community development. Before starting the activities of our seminar, I would like to introduce ourselves, please. So I will start from myself. I'm Professor Rebhi Damse from Al Balqa Applied University. I'm a professor in thermal engineering and desalination, and I'm the local project manager of this Midgard project. So, starting from my right, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, Engineer Muhammad Abedat. I'm retired from Royal Scientific Society in 2019. I was retired from Royal Scientific Society. The last job for me was manager of Industrial Chemistry Center in the Royal Scientific Society.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sami Amar. I am from the University of Sousse. I am working in the field of sensors and biosensors. In this project, in the medical project, I am responsible of the establishment of the Smart Water Use Application Lab. I am glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I am Abdelatif Rabat. I am a professor, archaeologist, and also director of Department of History of the Laboratory of History, working about antiquity and the Middle Age. And I am here as an archaeologist. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jalal Tabal, Dr. Jalal Tabal from Al Husn University College, a specialist in agricultural resources and environment. Thank you for inviting me to attend this seminar. I hope there will be more cooperation with you in scientific research. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Rasha Al-Hassami, Ministry of Tourism.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Kamil Zboun, the Dean of the Hassan College. I'm environmental engineering as one of the researchers in this project. Thank you.
Good morning. Karim Tomol, Associate Professor of Climatology. I'm Vice Dean for Scientific Research Postgraduate Studies, College of Maritime Transport and Technology, Arab Academy from Egypt. Thank you.
Good morning, I am Khalida Al-Bakour Hawafde from Al Balqa Applied University from the Mechanical Department and specialist in the renewable energy. Thank you for all.
Dr. Nawar Al-Shadmawi, I'm an Associate Professor of Geomatics and Surveying Engineering at Al Balqa Applied University. I have research line specifically on the topic of cultural and heritage documentation using remote sensing and surveying engineering applications. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Handirat Al-Makrak Industrial Manager of Al-Makrak Industrial Zone as a part of Jordanian Industrial Estates Corporation.
Good morning, I am Sukhna Waqli. I'm civil engineering, water and environmental, and now I'm studying master in Al Balqa University. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am engineering Ubada Mansi. I study now a master degree in water desalination and management. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Mohamed Smadi from Hussein University College, Balqa Applied University. Thank you.
partners who joining us through the Microsoft team, please could you introduce yourselves? Okay, yeah, go. We will wait then, but okay. Dear audience, let us start our seminar. First of all, I would like to give you an introduction about the Midgard project and this seminar as well. Yes, I will keep my slides. Okay. Our project is entitled as Mediterranean Quadruple Helix Approach to Digitalization. And the acronym of the project is MidQuad. This project is funded by the European NECPC MID, European Neighbourhood Instrument, Cross-Border Cooperation for Mediterranean.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning.
And now?
Now,
Yes?
now I'm here. Good morning to everybody.
Okay, Professor Anna, please could you introduce yourselves?
Yes, finally I could connect. Yes.
Yeah, very.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Everything is okay?
Yes, clearly. Please could you introduce
Yes.
yourself? We are in the introductory section.
Okay, so it is my turn. Is it my turn to speak?
No, not now.
Okay. Let me know when. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, our project aims to strengthen the connection and collaboration between the university and the local society. This is the main aim of this Midgard project. Our project is financed 90% by the NECPC MID. The total budget of the project is 3.2 million. The project, in numbers, we have 7 partners from 7 countries, and we have 12 technical outputs. Partners, there are from Epimorphic Kilkis, single member limited library company from Greece, the lead beneficiary. We have the International Hellenic University also from Greece. We have University of L'Aquila from Italy. Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Marine Transport from Egypt. Al-Balqa Applied University from Jordan. Palestine Polytechnic University from Palestine, and University of Sousse from Tunisia. The project started on the beginning of September 2020, and it will be ended at the beginning of March 2023. As I said, the main objective of the project is to establish 2 Mediterranean cross-border living labs to strengthen the interaction between the main innovative players in the city. The 4 main players are the academia, the industry, civil society, and the government. Who will benefit from this project? It's supposed that universities, staff and city councils, SMEs, policymakers and entrepreneurs will get benefited from the result and the outcomes of this international project. International seminar on consolidating the role of civic university by directing the applied scientific research to community development. Now we are in this seminar as one of the outputs, one of the outcomes of the MidCard project. In this seminar, we hope that we can give the opportunity for professors and researchers to explain to us how they can carry and how they can handle any raised problem in the field of water and in the field of heritage reserve, and how can they provide us with a solid proposals and suggestions, scientific solutions to such problems. So researchers from all the partners will try to present their suggestions, taking into account some case studies to explain how researchers, how universities can provide the local society with their expertise and with solid research to try to help the local community to solve any raised problem. So, before going through the lectures, I would like to send the greetings from Al-Balqa Applied University, Professor Ahmed, and he nominated Dr. Kamil Zboun, Professor Kamil Zboun, the Dean of Al-Hussein University College, to welcoming you with his speech. Professor Kamil, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning. First of all, I would like to extend my deep appreciation for our guests from different countries and all participants in this event. And welcome in Al-Hussein College, Al-Balqa Applied University of Jordan. Also, I would like to extend deepest and warm greeting of Professor Ahmed Al-Ajlouni, the President of Al-Balqa Applied University, and his wishes for you a very happy day and enjoyable event and successful event in this and tomorrow day. Now, this is the first meeting or seminar in Jordan, but before 1 month we had a meeting in Greece, Turkey especially, and we met many kind person from different countries, and actually it was a great opportunity to exchange, transfer, and interaction, knowledge and technology between all partners. As you know, for our guests, Jordan is a small country with area about 89,000 square kilometer, with population up to 10 to 11 millions. This high growth rate is due to successive waves of migrations from different countries such as Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Yemen, and Libya. Many parameters cause a high stress in water resources in Jordan, mainly high growth rate of population, limited water resources, no actual river in Jordan, climate change. All these parameters contribute and pose heavy environmental load on water resources in Jordan. For example, the available water resources less than 1 billion, while the required demand more than 1.4 billion, so that we have a deficiency or a gap with about 46%. According to the National Water Strategy for Water,
This is actually stated or issued by Water Authority. By 2025, the gap between demand and water resources will decrease to about only 6%. But actually, due to many reasons, such as COVID-19, pose also heavy environmental load on water resources, in economic, many of industries shut down, now decrease the family's income, GDP, and so on. So that some of the water and wastewater projects cancelled or held. Now, we expect and predict that the domestic figures for water resources unachievable due to COVID-19 and other reasons. For example, the available water resources around 100 cubic meter per year for capita per one person, which is very low and far below the international water poverty limit of 1,000 and far below the scarcity limit of 500. Now, in one hand, Jordan is a poor country regarding water resources as well as financial and economic. On the other hand, we have many historical and cultural places, so that it is very important to compromise and management both issue water, culture in one package. This is the rule of and aims of our project, and to provide culture and water to the community and to provide service to the community. Always there has a gap between university and community. This is due to visible and invisible walls, so that our project aims to break down these walls and to bring community inside the university and to bring university inside the community. Always we can see many persons, especially during the events and conference. May you forget the faces or names, but you never ever forget the footprint. And we are looking for your footprint in this regard. At the end, I would like to thank all our partners and all universities and foundations who have directly or indirectly supported this project and this event. Thank you very much for you, and I hope and wish enjoyable and successful event for all. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Kamil, for this nice welcoming and detailed explanation about our project and aims of the project. Now, we hope that we can connect with Professor Anna from Italy. Anna, you are with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Professor Anna. Now,
may I share my desktop for the presentation, or?
Yes, of course. Yeah, of course.
I don't see the button for sharing. I don't see. Let me see. Okay. Okay. I have to ask you for the registration participant. I have not the button for the sharing the desktop. Let me see if I manage to do.
Yes, it's disabled. It's disabled because we are guests here.
So it's not possible.
I don't know. I think it's possible if someone gives us the permission.
Maybe should give me the permission to share my desktop. Yes, you should.
Yes, 1 minute, Anna, please.
And
Okay,
actually,
now I can share. So,
yeah, now it's possible. Yeah, now it's possible. Okay. So, I share my desktop. I'm trying, but still doesn't take. Okay, let me see if now. Can you see?
Yeah, not yet, Anna.
Not yet. Okay.
Okay, now, it's okay.
Now it's okay?
Okay, Anna, please, Anna, first, could you introduce yourself to
And open
audience?
open camera بالله يا.
And if you can open your camera.
My camera? Non ho capito, Francesco, cosa mi ha detto? Non...
e poi c'è la videocamera. No, non la vediamo. Lo schermo
è nero? Ok. I try to see what...
Quale computer sta usando?
Quello che sta... No, you are right, it was closed.
Yes, perfect, Anna. Now we see you.
Okay.
Yeah. Could you start your representation, please? Could you start your representation, please?
Now, is it possible to see my screen?
Yes. Screen and face.
Also, my face was not important. Okay, so good morning to everyone. My talk is about one of the four fisheries of Medport, because Medport is engaged in quake approach, in living lab, in responsible research and innovation, and in citizen user participation in the development strategies. So this is the title of my talk. So what we call Helix development model and responsible research and innovation. Okay. We had already a seminar about the need of quadruple helix, so the transition from triple helix, on which the entrepreneurial universities were established in the rock, to the quadruple helix model, where the social participation, society participation in the strategies, tools and methods is considered very important. This is the topic of the policies at European but also worldwide level, for which higher education and higher education institutions and systems are really required a lot of changes in all their missions, because we have already experience in trying to reduce regional disparities, and we moved from smart specialization strategies of the previous programming period to the present sustainable smart specialization strategies, called also S4, in the policy 21, period 21-27, when many things are expected by education in general, but especially from higher education. Okay. Never before in recent history the role of higher education has been so intricately tied to the economic, social environment and fabric of the modern world. Even though this transition was in process, the pandemic and then also also now the world, is highlighting the importance to change the approach to social commitment of universities and all components of the society. Stakeholders from every field, every area, are requiring universities to provide a diverse educational programs, diverse approach to education, differentiated degree courses and titles, because the society changes. So the historical themes, topics, and field of study of research are now need now to be overlapping, to be cross fields, not so specific as before. This is for universities is a very huge transformation, because researchers are used to research, to be evaluated by peers in that field, to publish on journals which are specific for that field. Now, all these things are not true anymore. They have to approach multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary fields in order to give concrete answers to the society, to the challenges the society faces. The world is becoming very complex, and the challenges are day by day more complex and interconnected. And so the solutions cannot be at the individual level, cannot be only at the local level. They must be at national, regional, and global level, even though the place where universities and this partnership are working at local. So the place, the city, we were opting with the idea of a civic university is always very important. Okay. Universities, especially public universities, these universities are funded by public purse, are required, have a lot of new tasks and a lot very great expectations are relying on the universities, for which not all are prepared and ready to provide a concrete solution, or at least a concrete solution. Disparities are at local level, but the disparities, local disparities, reflect global disparities. So when we afford a local problem, certainly this problem is afforded with the intention to address a global challenge. As you know, universities are required to provide the students new skills as entrepreneurship. We worked a lot we were speaking about soft skills to provide the students, and teachers have to change their approach to teaching and to research. At the same time, we have the big challenges from the present environmental problems that we can summarize in climate change, food scarcity, poverty, which is increasing after the COVID. And these disparities at the global level required the answer and the commitment of several actors. At the same time, Horizon Europe, the last research program of the European Committee, not only required excellent research, but research on societal challenges. So there is a cross-teams, cross-field requirement to order to afford all these challenges. Already they worked a lot through their innovation and transfer offices to transfer knowledge to enterprises. They did spillovers, spin-off. Now, the last challenge is the civic engagement. So the transfer of knowledge to society. But this should be not a passive transfer. This transfer must be implemented through an active participation of society. Okay, so this is what is the changing along the times. What we are now required is so huge that, of course, each institution has to decide which priorities can afford. Not all the universities can afford all the challenges. We must be ready to prepare specific but also reliable plans for this, the requirement of challenge. Please let me know when the time is going over. Okay. So, in order to have a good progress on the sustainable development goals, research and project cannot be isolated. We have to look at the local needs, but we have to think in a global way. This is the double role of the university, to work locally but to think globally, and the interaction between local and global is continuous. It's not only one way, but it's two ways and many times in the same activities. So we made already some steps toward this in the framework of MedQuad project, because we established our city development group. We identified the main stakeholders, not only enterprises, but also social stakeholders, in order to work together towards the aim of MedQuad. The aim is to build a long-lasting partnership, because otherwise the project will fail. Certainly, MedQuad or any project cannot afford all the problems. Each project is providing an example, a case study, and the collection of this, of all the case studies, will provide the policymakers, but also the high-level decision-making process to have guidelines relying on specific and concrete experiences from the territories all over the world. So MedQuad will provide two examples, two living labs, two places where research, responsible research will be promoted and developed, and where the group will meet in order to afford and solve problems together. To have higher education locally engaged, we need, of course, institutional commitment, and this is something that the MedQuad partnership developed, because we decided to take part in the project. So this is an institutional commitment to go towards this direction. Need assessment. We did during the projecting phase, and we did develop in the first phases of the MedQuad project. Then we developed institutional capacity assessment, but also institutional activity audit. This is something that we are doing every day, and MedQuad belongs to the activities of the university. Of course, we are studying now the gap, the existing gaps. So each territory will do gap analysis in order to set the target, to define the role, and to develop the organization. the final step will be the policy development, policy implementation, and then monitoring, evaluation, and improvement. So this is something that we are used to do in many activities, but in this project will be the basic method to develop our capacity to build a quadruple helix approach. Okay, here you find some explanation, but I think that you don't need to add this. Okay, the aim of this local global engagement will provide benefit to higher education institutions because it is natural during the development of implementation activities to revise, for instance, the study program, or to address research in a different way, to different fields, and but always taking in mind the need of excellence and the other objectives of university activities and missions. Of course, there is a problem in all this. Theoretically, everything is nice, but institutions have the main problem of funding, and funding is still answering to the traditional methods. So funding, for instance, from research ministries are still connected with the traditional fields, and so they make difficult to provide assistance, support to interdisciplinary research as required by the recent trends and the needs. Okay. Of course, inside the university we have also some concerns, some resistance, because to move to a new way of making to work in the university is always shocking, producing a kind of initial refusal in some of the scholars. At the same time, we adopted the civic university model, which is perfectly coherent with the quadruple helix approach, because cities are the places where the university not only are located, but with which they have a daily relationship. They find that they are involved in all the activities of the cities. Okay. And for us, but I think all the universities partner in this project have already arrangement with the government, city governments, or regional governments in order to promote development, sustainable development. These couples, cities and universities, should be the winner of the actual global challenges, and both can have advantages from the cooperation. Cities are every day more requiring to provide good services to cities. Good services are connected with the technology. Technology is connected with the research, and the research is connected with the many fields. Okay. Citizens, of course, are interested in the future of the places, of the cities where they are living, are interested in public services, but also, and this is one of the main challenges of today, is the availability of jobs. And what the Agenda 2030 calls decent jobs. That means jobs that are not only with the good salaries, but jobs we are secure, jobs that are provide a social security and the capacity, the possibility to plan the future. Okay, all this is wonderful, but while the demands are increasing, the public funds are reducing. And this is the big threat, but also the challenge that we have to afford in the future years. Okay. I will repeat what we already said in the previous seminar, but the new setting, the new environment, certainly is provided by digitalization of the services, but in general, the digital world, that are these tools for achieving the smart cities, the sustainable cities, cities who are places where citizens can live in a peaceful and secure way. Okay. So, on the other side, the university are also under pressure from students who demand for more and different training methods and also plans, more demanding from employers. They need to have bigger and more sophisticated research ambitions to respond to societal challenges, shifting research funding landscape for the more directed programs, for more concrete problem-solving research project to address money to activities with high public value. Okay. Civic engagement will provide a benefit if it is well interpreted and well implemented. So, university and cities must move together and must be equipped of with the capacity to do what they are expected to do. This partnership, city-university, cannot be only formal, through formal MOU or formal agreements. They must be concretely addressed. And this is what is the focus of responsible research and innovation, which is the key topic of the programming period 21-27. Of course, we cannot make miracles. Our university cannot change in overnight the way of working. So, what we are doing already is the identification of people, individuals inside the universities who are very committed and very interested to address these issues. Because a top-down approach to the changes or the restructuring of the university would fail immediately. This means that the civic university is not only characterized by what it does, but also how it does what is quite good. The focus on how to ensure that activities are not just determined by individuals or small groups, but in an enabling environment that encourages and promotes active institutional citizenship. Then a civic university can be identified by sense of purpose, that is to ensure that its cumulative impact on society as a whole is greater than the sum of the single parts. Active engagement the wider world, the nation in which it operates, and the local community in which it is located, through dialogue, collaboration with individuals, institutions, groups, locally, national, and global. Holistic approach, which sees engagement as an institution-wide activity and not one confined to specific individual fields. What I mean, we are working on Medford. A Medford cannot be something that belongs to Anatolsi, to Rebbe, to Pericles, or to, give me another name. Okay, this is something that through the responsible, the local responsible, is spread in the whole institution. Sense of place, this is fundamental, because the university can operate at national and international scale, but the problems are afforded locally. Problems arise by local people, by special situations that are in place when universities are open. Then there is the need to the willingness to invest in this objective to have an impact. This means to have a developing plan. The university must embrace in the institutional policies this commitment. The main and very important issues is transparency and accountability. It is very important to explain in a clear, transparent way how money is spent. Money is received by government. Government is engaged at international level to solve global issues, for instance, climate change. This cannot be done without the people involvement, without the change of behavior. But in order to have a real change of behavior, universities and institutions must be accountable in all phases of the activity. Innovative methodologies used to build and sustain engagement activities locally and the whole world. Okay. We can jump this. So civic university and the quadruple helix model are going hand by hand. Universities are considered the anchor institution. And anchor institution means that they are not only in the city, but are of the city, as defined by the World Foundation about the anchor institution. What can do a university? How to involve the citizens in the activities? There are, of course, we are giving a lot of documents where co-production, co-innovation, activities are used. But what means co-production and co-model? Means that we are working together for what is now the last target, last commitment, that is the social innovation. Social innovation is a big word, means a lot of things, but we have to focus on what we can do in the during the life of a project. Social innovation is innovation that are social in both their ends and means. This means that the social innovation are new ideas, products, services, and models that simultaneously meet social needs and create new social relationships or collaboration. They are innovations that not only are good for society, but also enhance the capacity of society to act. The process of social interactions between individuals is undertaken to reach certain outcomes is participative, involves a number of actors and stakeholders who have a vested interest in solving a social problem. So this is what is university, civic university, but the modern university is required to do. Okay, when we speak of a social demand, there is always, in every field, in every region, in every place, the evidence of vulnerable groups, or groups we are put aside the social development. And this is something that a university, together with the city, must afford to avoid that these groups, that isolated
Professor
groups.
Anna, please, you hear me?
Yes?
Yes, please, could you finish in 1 minute?
You have to stop? I cannot hear you very well. Did you want a stop here?
Yes, please, because, yes, your time is already done.
Francesco, ho capito bene, perché io lo sento male, non so se tu lo senti bene. Ma...
Anch'io malissimo, ma credo di aver capito perfettamente il tempo.
Ah sì? Allora parte un ritmo?
L'ho capito così, magari chiediamo di ripetere perché non si sente bene.
Non ho capito se ti ho detto male o se è finito.
Yeah, Anna, you hear me, Anna?
Rabbi, please, we cannot hear you very well. Can you please repeat us?
Yes, I just saying to Anna if she can finish
My
in
time
1
is
minute.
over. Right. Okay. But Rabbi, I will send you my presentation.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Okay?
Thank you very much, Anna. Any question to Professor Anna, please? Okay. And I will ask you, you hear me, Anna? Anyway, please, before 30 minutes of a break, let us join together and have a group photo here, and then we will take 30-minute break. If we reconnect it with Anna again, so Professor Kamil can ask Anna whatever you want. Thank you very much. لو سمحتوا ناخذ صورة جماعية. صباح الخير يا دكتور. كيفك؟
ليش ما هو على الستيج بيجوز؟ شو المناسبة؟ انت شو ترى؟
السلك اهم شيء هذا السلك
هذا السلك
تفضل فوق تفضل.
فوق؟ حملنا كلنا نطلع.
أو
في درجة.
ما شاء الله. يعني مستقبلين أنا؟
ممكن الصبايا بيضلوا تحت عادي.
يعني لو ناس فوق وناس تحت احسن.
نعم. كثير فرق. تفضل يا دكتورة.
تعال هيك تعال
لا بتحمل
طب ايوه بصير
عملوا الستات.
تعالي
طلع في زلط والله يا عم الخصم.
شوف انت وياه خلينا ناخذ الصورة مع بعض. يلا يعقوب. لا بتوقع كويس.
حط ايدي بسكر الشاشة. ما راح تجي معك.
شكرا.
خلاص شكرا. شلون؟ امرك
ما قصرت.
ترى مر عندي فادي امبارح. يشتغل على الجي سي. الشاشه خلي المهندس صادق يزور لك حاجه.
We go back for the rest of the agenda of the first day of our seminar. The presentation now is for Professor Abdulatif Rabit from University of Sousse, Tunisia. The presentation is about the role of civic university in the enhancement of cultural heritage, the case of Sousse, Tunisia. So, Professor Abdulatif, platform is yours, please.
ممكن نجلس ولا
ممكن تجلس بس مش تظهر الشاشة. اقترب لك الطاولة.
تجويز بس تجويز في مكان؟
لا عشان
الكاميرا.
Because I am French speaker, so I have to read my paper.
Okay,
It's not easy for me.
your seat, please. Wait a minute, your presentation, Yaqub, please. Yaqub.
The first one.
Pointer. First one is the pointer.
So the title is about the role of the civic university in the enhancement of cultural heritage. The case of Adrumetum, Sousse. Adrumetum is the name of Sousse in the antiquity and his territory in Tunisia. And today I will talk more about the territory than about the city. So last month in Kilkis in Greece for the second steering committee meeting, I talk about the archaeological cultural heritage of the city of Sousse. First, presenting the catacombs of the Good Shepherd. An ancient monument, probably from the end of the 3rd century or the beginning of the 4th. It's an exceptional monument, but he's today closed to the public for security reasons. Catacomb is an underground cemetery, Christian underground cemetery. You see, this is the catacomb, the Good Shepherd catacombs, currently closed for security reasons. There are the only preserved catacombs in Sousse of a set of 4. The others, unfortunately, are today fillet and usable. At Kirkis, also, we presented an archaeological witness that dates from the beginning of the 3rd century. It's a large mosaic panel, once discovered in Sousse, but moved away to Tunis to be exhibited in the National Museum of Basel. This is the panel. It's a great panel, maybe one of the most greatest panels in the world, and it shows the god Neptune. That's why we call it the Triumph of Neptune. You see it on his chariot in the middle, with seahorses, because Neptune is, as you know, the god of seas, of waters. In either case, the first and the second, both for the monument now closed to visitors and for the expatriate panel, this one, we have proposed a certain enhancement for the benefit of the inhabitants of the city of Sousse. For the monument, I mean the catacombs, we have proposed a digitization operation so as to allow a virtual visit while waiting for the restoration, because we have to restore anyway this monument, and securing of the monument. For this, we considered installing a multi-touch screen and making it available to the public in the museum or elsewhere. We can also consider an action in augmented reality. We can even simulate some funeral ceremony. We can do a lot of things in a virtual way. For the mosaic, we consider it, returned it virtually to the community of Sousse. In this way, physically, the panel will stay at Tunis, but he will be back virtually. There will be a projection either at the Museum of Sousse or in town at the location of where it was found, the place where we found it, and where one can even consider a new archaeological dig along with other digitization action. Today, in the same perspective, we propose to focus on a locality in the territory of Sousse, not at Sousse, but in the territory of the governorate of Sousse. This locality is named Sidi Bouali. You see, the governorate of Sousse and Sidi Bouali is there, and Sousse is there. And Sidi Bouali is a small village 20 kilometers north of Sousse. It has nearly 12,000 inhabitants. Its economy is rather agriculture, with an important production of pomegranates and olive oil. And this place has also a practice of breeding livestock, which feeds a dairy plant. There is also an ostrich farming business, selling meat and egg. In Sidi Bouali also we have tourist activity with a small eco village and 2 or 3 other small companies also specialized in agrotourism. Despite this, the majority of the active population is dependent on the city of Sousse, on the industrial sector. However, the territory of this town, this municipality, conceals an important untapped archaeological potential and not benefiting to the community. Indeed, Sidi Bou Ali region, a small region, has a rich material and immaterial cultural heritage that is little known and not valued. On this level, there is a lot to be done for both scientifically aims and civics action. Indeed, among its various riches, the territory of the city conceals a fairly large archaeological site of an ancient city. Excuse me. You see here at an old map, from antiquity map, which shows the road between this road between Sousse and Rumetoun. It's here write it Adruto, and this small place, name it Élysée Pera in the same way. And Élysée Pera is Sidi Bou Ali. So it's an ancient site, we know it by archaeology, but also by the old document like this map, which called the Table of Uttenger. It's an old map from the Roman period. So this ancient city called Élysée Pera, we know it about some vestige described by travelers since the 19th century, but new archaeological research could have to be undertaken by carrying out surveys and excavation. I have a problem. You see the archaeological map of the region. This is the Sidi Bou Ali, and you have many sites, archaeological sites around the small village, and also close to the village of Sidi Bou Ali, where we have the site of Élysée Pera. However, for the moment, we can already proceed to the enhancement of what already exists, and perhaps even think about making it a local museum, because we have many founds. You see, those archaeological witnesses found in Élysée Pera and Sidi Bou Ali, which also it's called today Henshir Zembra. Those pieces, those archaeological pieces are today at Sousse, in the Museum of Sousse, but we can move them to Sidi Bou Ali and make a small museum in Sidi Bou Ali, which this small museum is taken in the city. There are indeed in the Museum of Sousse, in the reserves, many objects coming from the site of Henshir Zembra, as I say. Those, the pieces, the stelae, funeral inscription, we have also at Sidi Bou Ali some funerary mosaics from the Christian era related to a baptismal font. You see this one? This is the baptismal font. Maybe belonging to a church, to an ancient church. Which there is almost nothing left today. This church, just a few alignments here. Anyway, we know that Ulysipira was in Christian times a bishopric who took part in various African councils. However, what we propose here as an action does not relate to a church, but rather to an ancient monument of laser, a rather pagan monument. This is the monument, a monument of laser, a rather pagan monument, an amphitheater. This is the amphitheater. We have to dig it. You see. This is the arena, and you have the caviar around. You have some witnesses here. This is the amphitheater, high here to unknown to most inhabitants. He is in the village. You see the village just behind the monument. And little known also to specialists. The amphitheater, inexcavated, looks like today, he looks like a crater. Admittedly, in its current state, this monument is not spectacular, but he is not less interesting. Its interest is all the more remarkable as the region of Sousse has not other monuments of this type that can be visited. The only monument we know is the monument of Kisdelus in Jem. He is far from this place. And that one, the city of Hadritum has an amphitheater, but he is today buried, and it's only briefly known. In fact, research in terms of amphitheater is not very advanced in Tunisia, whereas in the Maghreb we are the country with the most monuments of this type. But we have about 50 amphitheaters, approximately 32 of which are recognized on the ground, but they are not all clear and they remain on the whole poorly excavated, or not at all. Only about 10 monuments, including the one that interests us, can still provide some information. The amphitheaters, it must be said, are difficult to search. Their excavation are expensive and require quite significant technical means. As far as we know, the amphitheater of Ulysipira, this one, has a technical characteristic that is quite rare in Africa, which is that it is both dug into a hill. You see, it was an ancient hill. They dug the amphitheater in the hill, into the hill, and at the same time they construct. There is a building here. Okay, it's mixed. It's an interesting form of amphitheater. It is dug into a hill, and its caviar, what we call caviar, this is the caviar, is nevertheless partly built. The caviar is the part of the amphitheater with the bleachers. This monument is of great scientific interest then for us, but the heritage interest is also obvious while waiting for the excavation. It is proposed to initiate a digitization action as a prelude to virtual restitution and augmented reality operation. This can be done through the MedQuad approach. The product of this operation will be made available to the Museum of Sousse and later to that of Sidi Bou Ali if the local museum project is adopted. Through such an enterprise of immersion and digital restitution, that what we propose of this monument, we hope to have an impact on the local economy for the benefit of small business investing in culture tourism. The action will also have a ripple effect that will benefit the entire territory as well as its inhabitants. We can, excuse me, this is the plan, the topographic map of the amphitheater. And this a monument is not in Tunisia, but just to show you how it can be the result if we make the excavation in the place in the amphitheater of Elysée. This is the arena, and this is the caveat before digging, and that's the result after digging. We can imagine one day the inhabitants better enjoying this monument both by the visit and also by its use for leisure purposes, such as the organization of outdoor shows. This, of course, after the archaeological excavation, for which digitization would have largely prepared the ground. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. Any question to Professor Abdul? Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Now, our next presentation, it is for Dr. Nawras. Dr. Nawras Shatnawi, yes, please.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank you all, especially the team of this project, for inviting me to present this topic. The speech will be about developing the role of the civil or civic university in the conservation and restoration of historic buildings in Jordan. Before I start talking about this area, I would like to emphasize and highlight some points regarding this topic, which is the use of the new technologies in Jordan, especially in the field of heritage and historical conservation and documentation as well. This is a new technologies that's emerging the field of conservation. Before the year, let me say 2018, 2016, it wasn't easy to do that because of the limitation of the resources of the technologies that's existing in Jordan. I mean, 3D printing, and all of these new technologies were not able and available in the area. because of the prices, because of some other limitations related to the security and so on. For example, nowadays, the technologies of drones started emerging, the market of the conservation and the market of surveying. From time to time, we should be updated and we should follow up all of these technologies in order to be more effective doing our job. I think, yeah, like this. I will start with some cases, the Amman Citadel or Amman Castle, or what we call in Jordan Jabal al-Qal'a or al-Qal'a area. This is one of the most important sites in Jordan, as it's located in the center of Amman, the capital of Jordan. Here in this work, we did a lot of job, starting from the digital documentation, 3D documentation of the area. This was our first project in Al-Balqa Applied University, serving and helping the Ministry of, or the Cultural Heritage and the Ministry of Tourism, working on the documentation of this site. I think this is better. Using laser scanning, it was our first experience with the laser scanning. And at that time, in 2018, there was no laser scanning in the area, even in the private sector. So nobody could be consulted or asked to help us to do that. So we started working on this topic, and we got a lot of experience from the field. Is that noise from? That's okay. We did actually an external and internal documentation of the site. I'll show you some results. Here, for example, as you see, you can notice a bigger problem in that part of the wall, as most of the stones and most of the wall is going to be collapsed and will be a real problem in the area, which needed to be documented prior to any problem that could happen. So we started on that board, and at that time also, 2018, 2019, we made a scan for the whole area, inside and outside, external and internal. Here is a photo of the internal documentation using the laser scanning. And after that, we tried to make some cross-sections in order to help the stakeholders for any future kind of redesign, rehabilitation of the area or of the site, and making or doing a lot of accurate measurement, as you see here, using proper software that could be used in this area. So here we used a software from Trimble company, which is called Trimble Business Center (TBC). Here we can export all of these data to any other type of or formats of data, for example, to AutoCAD in a few minutes. Doing a job like this will reduce the time and minimize the time to 1/10 to 1/15 of the time if we use the classical and conventional surveying methods. I mean, doing such work needs more than 2 or 3 working days, from 9 or from 8 to 6, but with such technologies we could do the work within 3 or 4 hours only. After that, we introduced the idea of the BIM, the Building Information Management System, to make a modeling for the site and for the castle. I don't know, the palace, I mean. And at that stage, it is possible to use and to introduce all of the all of the properties of the wall. For example, we can implement and use, for example, some information about the material itself, about the age, about the rehabilitation, for example, periods, and so on. Here is a full view of the area after the 3D modeling. Another case study that we used or that we introduced to the community, which is also in the same site, which is a mass citadel wall. The portion of the site was tested, and was tested as a rapidly deteriorating portion of the remains of a wall of Amman citadel. It's provided a great opportunity to test and see what digital photogrammetry could produce for developing the soil conservation and intervention plan. That was one of our aims when we started working with cultural and
شوية أنا مش كتير. يعني عندي ملامح.
I think you are connected to the. No problem. So that was one of our aims and our targets to test the possibility and the feasibility of such work in the area of documentation and conservation of cultural and historical areas and sites. And then to capture the site, we used different cell phones and cameras. That was the conventional methods and the classical methods for conservation from photogrammetric point of view. But the result then compared with the new technologies, I mean the laser scanner technologies. Okay, here is the wall. Part of the wall is facing a problem of movements and cracks. So we use a classical method, as you see here in this photo. We use cell phone cameras, calibrated cell phone cameras, to carry on this mission. But it took us time, and after that, we made what we call accuracy assessment for the work, and we found that there are some problems due to different factors affecting the accuracy of the work. Here are some samples of the wall, or parts of the wall, showing the possibility and feasibility of using such technology for 3D documentation and representing all the dimensions of the wall. It is easy here, as you see, to count the stones one by one, and taking some accurate measurements up to the nearest millimeters, let me say, up to 5 millimeters, 7 millimeters of accuracy, depending on different conditions, as you may know, such as the distance between the target and the device, and the weather conditions, and the number of stations as well, lighting conditions, and all of these conditions. Here is also another example of a plan in the area or in some historical areas, showing the elevation of some of the walls and a plan from the top of view for the site. After we got that experience in Amman civil area, we moved to the north, to Onqis, and we started scanning the theater of Onqis, as well as the parts of the city of Onqis, Judara. Here is the results of scanning. In fact, this work was really interesting, but it took us a lot of time because of the huge area that we should scan in order to finish and document the whole site. So, as I remember, we used more than 60 to 65 stations in order to cover the area. But with another technologies, that's still there's some limitations on that technology, such as using the drones and the aerial photogrammetry for a matter of documentation. I think this will be easier if we could do that with different technology. Here is a sample also of 3D documentation, the tunnel in Jadara. The results of the documentation. This could fit very well for the virtual reality and for the virtual reality application, as the model now is ready for the work. It is a 3D model that can or could be implemented and integrated with some virtual reality or augmented reality, let me say, facility. Another case is Ajlan Castle. Ajlan Castle, in fact, is facing a big problem. I will show you some photos from the castle. Here is some cracks in the castle, I mean in the walls of the castle, as you see here in the left top part of the castle. This is from the southern part of the castle. There was a plan for monitoring the cracks and the deformation in the castle, which is building what we call geodetic or geodetic network for the monitoring. So to build up a local network with the classical geodetic methods using the surveying tools, and then to make a precise leveling and measurements to monitor any kind of movements. By the way, this project is still running. We took several measurements, and as you know, monitoring movements and small cracks needs long-term projects, not short-term projects. So it might take more than 2 or 3 years to finish the monitoring properly. So relative measurements to record the horizontal movement, as well as the vertical movement, and control points measurements for the restitution of the absolute orientation and photogrammetry. Here, as you see, you can notice and see some obvious cracks in the wall in one direction or in 2 directions, but also as well you can notice here in this left photo some kind of deformation, which is twisting in a 3D orientation and in a 3D space. So the castle actually is facing a lot of problems which needs proper actions immediately. Here is some samples. As I told you, the project is still running and not finished. So here are some samples from the castle itself, from the external walls of the castle. One more thing is community services. This is the art, we call it art house or Beit Al Fan in Amman. Also, we helped the Amman greater municipality to make a documentation for this house. It was used by the television 20 years ago, and nowadays they are thinking of converting it into a museum. So this is a result of documentation, 3D documentation of the house. Documentation does not mean making a 3D model only. Documentation means that you should provide the stakeholder or the client or the owner with the full details of the project, or of the site. For example, you should provide them with the cross-sections, with the plans, with dimensions, with materials, with all of these things necessary for rehabilitation and for restoration. Here is a plan, a top view of the house. Different sections, different views. We will move now to Al-Farana Desert Palace. This is a work with the help of Al Yarmouk University. We worked with Professor Wasfi Satani and his master students, engineer Wala Artoum. She was interested in making documentation for this desert palace, and we also we are interested in doing parallel work, different from the area of the documentation. So the students work on the documentation and she made a 3D model building information model for the castle or the palace. But we did something different. We focused and highlighted the areas of restoration, and we found that there's a wrong restoration happened to that palace. For example, as you see here in this area and that area, we found and discovered, me and Professor Safaine from Al-Yarmouk University, we found that there's a big problem in restoration. They used a wrong material for restoration. It is clear from the thermal image of the palace, because originally they used material which is somehow insulate the heat. As you know, Al-Kharana Palace is located near to Al-Azraq area, which is in the middle of the desert in Jordan, and in the eastern part of Jordan, which is a very hot area. So this is an example of using wrong materials in restoration, resulted in wrong thermal insulation and wrong, let me say, functionality of the walls and of the house itself. Here is maybe it's Klob Pasha Castle. It should be correctly Klob Pasha house, or in Erbil. Also, they are aiming to work on this area, either to remove the palace or the old house of Klob Pasha, or to make a rehabilitation and restoration for the palace. So they need to make a decision what to do exactly. Is there any benefit from making a restoration, or it's a risky area and risky site which could not be restored as well? So we help them working on that palace. We made a 3D model for the palace. Now it's ready to be analyzed using some of the structural analysis program and softwares to make an analysis for the existing situation in the house, and to make an assessment for the house, as well as doing some kind of a quantity surveying and calculating the quantities that is required for this restoration. So it is a matter of quantities, measurements, design, and assessment as well. This is a top view of this area. Before I finish, I will talk about Jaras city. Also, we started working on that city as parts of this these walls is facing real movements and the cracks because of some problems in the bedrock from the southern part, from the western part of this wall. There's a problem in the bedrock here and in the foundation of this wall, and the wall is moving within some limits. I'm not sure now about the moving or the increment of moving now, because we just tested and measured the movement only in the winter. Now in the summer we should make another measurements in order to take this factor into consideration. And lastly, Assal Secondary School, the first school in Jordan, also was documented, external and internal, as well as 3D modeling for the school. Architectural and structural plans were developed, electrical, mechanical, and services plans for the area. This is a view, or this is a shot of laser scanning board on the area. There is also some plans, some elevations, and a perspective here to the top right photo. Here is a perspective of the school. As you see here, you can make measurements for any future work, and also you can record and document the properties of each wall, each structural and architectural element easily. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Norris, for this interesting and valuable information, actually. So I will give time for the audience if any have any question to Dr. Norris. Really, Dr. Norris, I have a question. Yes, you have a question, sir. Okay, I will let you first.
I want just to know if you work with archaeologists and if it's the way you work now. You work to
No, actually, I'm from Surveying and Geomatics Engineering Department. So we are supporting the archaeologists and we are supporting the agencies in Jordan, the institutions and the ministries in their work. We are not archaeologists, we are not specialists in that area. So this is part of our work. This is not only our works, but for the theme and for the purpose of this workshop, we introduced the samples. But in fact, we had a lot of work on the bridges, on the roads, and the pavement, and so on. So we are supporting, let me say, party, not a specialist in that area.
because you talk about restoration, you talk about
yeah, this idea came from experience because we deal with archaeologists and with the specialists in that area, so we learned from them. But in fact, no, we are not in that major.
Thank you. Dr. Nouras, actually I would like to highlight some highlights regarding the cooperation between the universities and the policymakers represented with the Ministry of Tourism and Heritage as well.
Yeah.
So you present us very useful information about the of the historical places. My question is, did we receive any request from the university, from the Ministry of Heritage to do some studies like those studies?
Honestly, no. We go to them and we offer our services and work, not vice versa. But with respect to Claude Basha, yes, they actually requested us to do this work because they are, let me say, they are already started on that project, I think, 2 years ago, and they are now stuck with this problem: how to quantify, how to measure, how to know the characteristics from structural and architectural point of view. So yes, yes and no.
Yes, we would like to see our works and our research efforts on the site. So maybe Dr. Mishael, the head of the tourist department in the northern region, I don't know whether we need some help from universities to restore some places in urban governorate, as Dr. Shabnawi presented.
No, we are ready for any support and help. This is part of our commitment and
You like to comment?
for the community. Okay, please.
Okay, no problem.
الله يعطيك العافية دكتور، وصراحة يعني ورقة العمل اللي قدمت رائعة ولفت انتباهي فيها النفق اللي بقيس
نعم هذا الجزء بالتعاون مع جامعة اليرموك بالتأكيد لأن هم اللي شغالين عليه. نعم.
هل النفق الأول ولا الثاني هذا؟
لا هذا الأول الشغل هذا قديم.
حاليا على فكرة بيشتغلوا جامعة اليرموك كمان في نفق في أم قيس.
نعم.
واكتشف مؤخرا في إحدى الحفريات اللي بيشتغلوا فيها التدريبية لطلاب الماجستير. احنا على يا سيدي على استعداد انه نقعد مع بعض ونشوف شو في امكانيه انه يكون بيننا يعني تعاون في سبيل انها تخدم المواقع السياحيه والاثريه في محافظه اربد. يعني في عندنا دراسات، في عندنا يعني افكار صراحه، ولما بنلاقي دعم من متخصصين ومن جامعات زي حضراتكم يعني هذا الشيء بشرفنا انه نشتغل بشغل علمي يعني ممنهج يكون هذا الشغل. فان شاء الله بنقعد مع حضرتك دكتور نورس، الله يعطيك العافيه.
الله يعافيك. هذا بالعكس احنا اللي بنتشرف وهذا واجبنا يعني كجامعه وكناس مختصين بهذا المجال تجاه المجتمع المحلي وتجاه المؤسسات الوطنيه، تجاه الوطن ككل.
هلا احنا عندنا في جانب ثاني في قيس صدقا يعني بيستاهل انه يكون ناخذه بعين الاعتبار اللي هو الجانب التراثي. انت بتعرف انه قيس جزئين، جزء القريه التراثيه العثمانيه وجزء الاثري. احنا اللي بهمنا انا كمتخصص في السياحه في المحافظه اللي هو الجانب التراثي كقريه تراثيه، في لها مخطط عندنا في مشاريع مستقبليه هي بتتكون من احواش تراثيه حوالي 24-25 حوش. عمال نعيد تأهيل هاي الأحواش ونعيد سكان المجتمع المحلي لهذه القرية يكونوا هم المسؤولين عن إدارتها وديمومتها. بالنسبة لكلوب باشا تبني أعتقد؟
بتبني نعم.
نعم.
هم تواصلوا مع جامعة اليرموك، جامعة اليرموك تواصلت مع البلقاء فطلبوا إنه إحنا نعمل الدوكيومنتيشن.
نعم. هو في على فكرة أكثر من مبنى تراثي في قرية تراثية قديمة في تبني يعني حاليا في لها تخطيط في ذات الآثار العامة على أساس يعيدوا تأهيلها وترميم القرية الكاملة يعني.
نعم.
شكرا لك.
على السداد أشكرك، وأكيد من خلال هذا البروجكت برضه بإمكاننا إنه إحنا يعني نتواصل ونكمل الشغل اللي إحنا بدأنا فيه. بتعرفوا إنه هذه البروجكتس يعني قائمة على فكرة الانتجريشن والسينرجي والكونتينيويشن والسستينابيلتي، بحيث إنه كل مشروع بيكمل المشروع الثاني ومش فقط مشروع واحد بيتوقف، مشاريع هي مستمرة بالتأكيد وبتكمل بعض البعض. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Dr. Mashai, for your comments and for your kind play, Dr. Shakmawi. Thank you very much again. So now I would like to welcome Dr. Karim Tombol, the Vice Dean in the College of Marine and Transport from Egypt. Dr. Karim, your platform, please.
Morning, everyone. Today, our presentation will be about the role of SWAP Lab from Midquad project to community service towards the achievement of water, energy, food nexus strategy in Egypt. Actually, we emphasize on the importance of water, especially. The project started on ISO standard 22 and will finish in 7th of March 2023. This is the outlines for our today's presentation. We'll talk about the importance of water as SDG 6 and the world water scarcity, Egypt water scarcity and water challenges in Egypt, freshwater resources in Egypt, and the role of Mid-Quad project and how we will utilize this in serving the community. First of all, in 2015, United Nations established the Sustainable Development Goals strategy to be achieved by 2030. And actually, we find that SDG 6, which talk about water sanitation and availability, and impact on all the other SDGs, even by direct way or even by indirect way. As a world, from a world point of view, about by 2025, about 1.8 billion people worldwide will live in absolute water scarcity. For Egypt, I just want to give some hints about Egypt. Egypt located in the most northeastern part of Africa and have border from north from Mediterranean Sea and from east from Red Coast. Actually, Egypt population has reached to about 100 million in 2020, and the population estimated to increase in 2025 to 110 million. Due to the population and geographic location of Egypt, there is an increasing demand on water and increasing per capita water share. Actually, Egypt has faces many. Oh, sorry for this. Egypt facing many water challenges. First one is the water losses, the failure to rationalize water consumption in all consuming sectors, particularly the agriculture, industrial, and housing sectors. Second one, climate change, which impact is one of the sectors most vulnerable to climate change is water resources. The other being coastal zones, agriculture resources. As the most downstream country on the Nile, Egypt is affected by climate change impacts. Not only within its border, but also within the whole basin. The third one is the deterioration of water resources and the drainage system. Water resources and drainage system require greater attention as they have been significantly degraded both as a result of opening illegal irrigation channels or disposal of wastewater and industrial waste into them. Deterioration of the current water transmission pipelines. The result in a loss of treated fresh water leading to a demand for water resources that exceeded actual needs due to amount of water lost during transmission. Raising awareness and understanding. Actually, our government do a lot of efforts towards this point to increase the awareness of people about the importance of water and the importance of each drop from losing it. The last one is a cooperation with the Nile Basin countries, and this is our main problem now after the finish of building of Ethiopian dam. Till now, according to statistics, Egypt suffered from an annual 21 billion cubic meter gap between water consumption and production. Now, let's talk about freshwater resources in Egypt. Actually, Egypt is characterized by dry climate and scarce rainfall, and the desert covers most of the land, and its water supplies are uncertain. resources in Egypt are limited to either conventional or non-conventional water resources. Actually, conventional water resources are main 2 points, River Nile and groundwater, and rainfall, sorry. And non-conventional water resources are in 3 points, groundwater and reusage of wastewater. About 98% of Egypt's fresh water resources originated outside the borders from River Nile. As you see from this graph, about the 93% of fresh water of Egypt come from the River Nile, and the second part from rainfall are these conventional. These are conventional water resources. From this graph, I don't know if you see these portions, but we talk about the water resources in Egypt, and that we have this. Sorry. This amount is constant, which is coming from the River Nile, is about 75%, and actually we have population increasing with time. But as you see now, we variate the other sources of Egypt for water resources, and we start using wastewater, and we start going to groundwater and deep groundwater also. For the River Nile, it supplies Egypt by about 90% of Egypt's annual renewable water resources, a share of 55.5 billion cubic meter per year. And Egypt had its right in this amount of water according to the agreement since 1959. Second water resource in Egypt is the groundwater. And actually, this source of water share about 12% of water Egypt's water supply, and actually this amount is not all used because we have deep groundwater and shallow groundwater. The deep groundwater is subject to some pollution and some type of this. Second, rainwater, and according to statistics, the highest rain average is in the coastal area, in the Mediterranean Sea, and the rate of rain decreasing toward the desert or south of Egypt. Now, how we can get to utilize from MedQuad project to solve this main problem here in Egypt? Actually, we made many internal meetings and external with our CDG groups to try to targeting the project goal that we should make a cooperation between academia, industry, civil society, and the government. And according to this, and about before mentioned that we have concentrate our problems in groundwater and reusage of wastewater from industry. So we established about 4 or 5 projects in Arab Academy, supported by MedQuad Fund. After we received our first equipment from MedQuad, we have received spectrophotometer and water multiprobe. This is the first batch of our equipment, and so we decided to start our first to establish this project in academy to see what about groundwater and wastewater. The first project is innovative treatment technology to enhance the ground quality of irrigation, drinking purpose towards the achievement of the SDG goals. The second project, spatial temporal monitoring of groundwater quality at the northeast coast of Alexandria city, with emphasis on the impact of climate change. The third project, macroalgae as low-cost industry feasible effect, eco-friendly approach, and a sustainable bioabsorbent for removal toxic dyes from aqueous solution towards the achievement of sustainable development goals also. The fourth project about talking how to remove metal organic framework in petroleum and oil contaminated wastewater. The final is to see what is the impact of sea level rise on salt water intrusion on the aquifers of groundwater in the north coast of Egypt. The first project is the main researcher in it is our Zainab Salah. He is a master student in Arab Academy and one of the team members of our Midquad project in Arab Academy. So the main objective of this project, utilizing from the equipment from Midquad, is to evaluate the groundwater quality and its suitability for irrigation, investigating different physical and chemical factors affecting groundwater, and determination of physical, chemical, and microbiological quality parameters, and investigation different advanced treatment options. Actually, we'll start using the nanotechnology in the treatment process. This project has started and started collecting actually in the Arab Academy in our main campus in Alexandria. We have about 12 wells in Arab Academy used for irrigation, and start taking samples from these 12 wells and make physical and chemical analysis and see the quality of this water, and start applying some treatment to reuse it again, or maybe with strong approach which we can use it for drinking also, not irrigation only. This is the first phase from taking samples from this project, from these water wells inside our campuses in Alexandria. The second project is talk about spatial temporal monitoring of groundwater quality in the northeast coast of Alexandria city, with emphasis on the impact of climate change. Actually, in this project, we targeting after collecting samples from wells to see what is the impact of climate change, if in case of heavy rainfall or even without rainfall at all. The researcher is also a master student in our postgraduate studies, Rada Ahmed. Actually, the same objective for the previous project, but actually here we concentrate on the impact of climate change on water quality. Here, also the collecting of samples from wells inside the academy, and start analyzing the water quality. It's worth mentioning that in this project also we are collecting weather data to see the impact of days of heavy rainfall on the water quality of these wells. The third project it is using a new technique of macroalgae as a low cost to treat water from industry. As you know, that industrial textiles in the industry using a lot of amount of water, and especially the stage of dye, which make a contamination for water. If you see here, the dye will influence the plant species, the animal aquatic, and the human being and environment. So we start using the macroalgae technique to remove the color, and actually the first experiment shows that it can remove about 95% from the dye, from the color, from the water sample. The fourth project is about removing contaminated water from oil spills by physical and chemical techniques. And here our PhD student, Basma Ali, which work on this project by biological treatment and chemical treatment also, and this is the first or the initial result from these samples for biological and chemical treatment. The last one, or the last project, I worked on this project by myself. It was about making climate modeling for our north coast of Egypt to see the impact of sea level rise. Actually, when we have sea level rise, there is salt water intrusion to the aquifers, and this will affect the farming or the agriculture in the Nile Delta region. So it is worth to study the impact of sea level rise and its impact on the quality of groundwater in the north coast of Egypt. Here we start the initial condition to put about the modeling and start running the model, and in the next we start analyze the data and see the impact of sea level rise on aquifers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karim, for this interesting presentation. Really, one of the goals of the Medic Water project is to establish two living labs, one for water and the other for heritage reserve. So what I would like to highlight is that also the main aim of the NECP safety program is to enhance the cross-border cooperation. Is it, Dr. Karim?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now I would like just to notify that according to presentations, are there any similar interests or similar research topics between Jordan and Egypt as well?
Of course, I think water, we share the water problem. It's very important if we can cooperate with these same projects or sub-projects we established already in the academy, or the technique of water treatment we use now, even with macroalgae or by biological and chemical.
Yes, very interesting, because here in this hall we have researchers that are interested in solving the water problems in Jordan and agricultural problems, and we have also master students who are dealing with some specific topics related to solving water problems. I don't know whether anybody here would like to make any cooperation or any connection with Dr. Karim, so I think the chances are available.
We welcome this. Actually, I'm not specialist in chemical and physical. I am climatologist.
Yes, I understand.
But our students work, and we make actually in each project we work in it, we make a link between climate change and its impact on many parameters.
Yes, I mean it's possible to make connections with your researchers to exchange ideas and to exchange experiments, measurements.
Yes. Actually, all our researchers they are listening to us now, and they welcome this even when you come to Egypt in October also.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next presentation is for Dr. Nancy Abdul-Minim. She is now traveling to Europe, so she registers his presentation, and hope we can get some information from her slides. So, Yago, please.
Good morning, I'm Nancy Abdelmoulaim, an assistant professor of architecture and urban design and the vice dean of College of Engineering and Technology. I'm gonna talk to you today about the catalyst role of our archaeological lab in community development in Egypt. So our network project has an aim to involve the country, local authorities, the universities, private and public sector together to work and have an output together. So in our project, we work on Port-Said city, and we have a number of playing actors in the city community, like the institutional sector in Port-Said, educational sector, tourism and cultural heritage, NGOs, private sector, and environmental sector. We choose 6 representatives of the community of Port-Said, as seen in the following details. We have the governorate, the government itself, the Urban Development Fund, and the Housing Building National Research Center. It is a research center who represents the education, but at the same time we work on ground. We have our private sector, Hassan Fahmi Consultant Office, and it is an office that works in conservation and documentation of cultural heritage all over Egypt from more than 25 years. We have Takamul, it is an NGO that works all over Egypt, and finally we have Port-Said and Azimo, it is local authority, a local NGO. We began our meeting with our partners, the CDGs, to inaugurate our archaeological lab. So I will give you a brief about our archaeological lab. It is an augmented reality applied to archaeology, architecture, art, taking into consideration the needs of the surrounding local community. Within the heritage area, it has 3 main aims: enhance and improve the urban neighborhood, particularly heritage areas, enhance the community quality of life and human well-being throughout the lab activities, document and upgrade areas to present other types of tourist attraction points. For sites and areas by the ENI project, we found that Port-Said is a very rich country with cultural heritage, tangible and intangible cultural heritage, but with very poor visual documentation. As well as the community itself has a problem with the value of with the understanding of the value of their city. They don't see the value, and they are not feeling that the country, that the city has a good value and tangible. So I will give you a small brief about Port-Said, which has been inaugurated in the 19th century, in 1859, with the inauguration of the Suez Canal. It has been opened in 1890 with the opening of the Suez Canal. Port-Said has many tragic circumstances that has been passed with. In 1952, the Port-Said was in fire. In 56, there was the attack of three countries on Port-Said, and after that, the war of 67 and 733 that has demolished a lot of the monuments and the cultural history of Port-Said. On the other hand, Port-Said has been built on the French architecture and Italian architecture, and we can see the contradiction between its 2 main districts, the Arab district and the Afran district, that has been seen as well in the urban morphology and the urban and the architectural elements, like we see here balconies in the Afran district, and here mashrabiyas in the Arab district. So all that emphasize a contradiction between the 2 districts. We have a lot of unique and landmark buildings in Port-Said, and I will give you example of these buildings, like Casa d'Italia. This is the bibliothèque of Italian community there back in the last century, and as we see, it has a very rare literature wall that has to be documented, and this is not a famous thing here in Egypt to have this wall. As we see, the building began to be demolished and need more conservation and documentation. We have as well Villa Fernando, like we see, it is in Gothic style, and some of the part of the villa has been demolished, but it keep it famous in other facades. As well as the Marley Church, it is a modern style, and finally the famous is Kamal Gardens. But those are landmarks. What about the urban fabric? What about the buildings itself? We can see here in these photos that there is very famous Mediterranean style on the facades of the traditional buildings and traditional building there with the wooden balcony and the lovely fair forgery as can be seen here in these photos. And these buildings as well need documentation, and maybe more than documentation, like conservation, restoration, and so on. And like we see here in the right photos, that the neighbor of this building has been demolished. So it is time to know more about and to visualize, to make it a visual documentation about wartime. So our past activities in the Arc Living Lab in Egypt can be briefly mentioned in the upcoming slides. We have webinars. We begin with a very traditional webinar talking about the conservation. What is conservation, and what is the importance of documentation, and what are the tools of the traditional documentation? And we talk about this, and we began to emphasize that now the conservation has been changed with the most adaptive use, so that documentation as well has to be changed and to be up to date more and more. Our regenerative practitioner Iman Sapour came and gave us a lecture about regenerative built environment, and this lecture was very important because it emphasized about the climate change and how the climate change affects the buildings and the cultural heritage especially, and that help us to make priorities and prioritize our buildings and what need to be more documented faster than the other buildings. Finally, our private sector, Takwin, Muhammad Abu Sira, who represents this organization, give them a summary about the project that has been done from Takwin at the Shab village, one of our villages in Egypt, in the Upper Egypt. And it was about vernacular architecture. What it emphasized here, Sira, was about the way of documentation and how they took a lot of time to document with the traditional ways, with the drawing and the surveying, and how this traditional surveying couldn't give them the opportunity to promote the village. Like we can see here, the promotion is about photos and of course the presentation, but we would like to promote the heritage to a new type of tourism, and we can say the new generation here, it has to be differentiated. On the other hand, we invite the NGOs and the private sector to give our undergrad and postgrad students some lecture to fill the gap between the industry and the academia. So, when we began to work, as I mentioned before, we found that for Said don't have a lot of documentation. It is poor in the documentation, and when we would like to work with our students to make them understand what is documentation and how it can be done, we have to follow an example. We choose between all the examples that we list. So the old Cairo. Why old Cairo? Why historic Cairo? Because historic Cairo is the most in-depth documentation that has been done, and above all, it is living heritage. And that's what we were gonna do in Foresight. We're gonna document a living heritage, not temples or monuments that is not used by people, but it is actually used by people. So our partner, Hassan Fahmi Imam Consultant, one of our CDGs, give us the documentation of one of its building that has been documented in Al Cairo. The students began to see the process of the documentation and revalidate each step, and this was our output in last semester, and this was a first step to make them understand the difference between the traditional documentation and the ones that we're going to introduce with the 3D laser scanning. On the other hand, we began to visit Port Said to understand what is Port Said, the heritage of Port Said, the size, the community, and everything. This was some of the how we said telling story about what I understand from the history of Port Said, what we can we saw there, our observation and our perception about Port Said. We do the natural analysis and we began to see the physical values of buildings and their connection to each other on map, as well as the natural values. We go in depth more and more, and we began to see the architecture map and what would the building look like in the last centuries, and how the intervention of the human needs began to change the building facades and building function as well. Even the sharing community, the social map or activity map, and also, and we arrived to SWOT analysis that give us some ideas where we can begin and what are the most important areas and what is the need priority intervention or documentation more than others. After that, we made a bigger an open exhibition. We had like 40 entities from the private sector, NGOs, the community, the local community in Port Said, and academic persons from universities to give us ideas, insights about our forward upcoming steps and path. We signed an agreement with Port Said Al Adimo to help us in the documentation of the building, to introduce us to the community and to help us in that. As well as we signed an agreement with the governor of Port Said, who asked us to make something very different than our task that we told them about, was make a visual identity for Port Said. And we found that match with our aim in the lab, because our archaeology lab has an aim to enhance the well-being of the community. And when he asked, so as I mentioned about that, we found that the community of Port Said even don't understand and don't feel the value of the community. So we began to work on this, and we had a Port Said visual identity visit with the perception of having a visual identity and how the Port Saidians saw their city. And what was we began to ask them when we said Port Said, what was what you can see? They see you can see in mind, what is your perception? So the answers was like the sea, the fish, but no one said the minerals, for example. They have very traditional minerals, one of the very rare buildings. No one said the Suez building. So they just see the sea, the canal, and the fish, and the trading area. They don't see the other value. And for that, we decided to complete on this visual identity, because this is very much matching with our aims in the lab. The equipment. Okay, we have purchased a Faro 3D scanner. We didn't receive it yet. It is in its way, inshallah. And we can see this is the equipment itself. It can be used indoor or outdoor. So we can make a 3D scanning for the building from the outside or from the inside. I will gonna show you some of the projects that has been done with one project that has been done with this equipment. We can see here Saudi Arabia, they make the survey for the Mecca, and that traditional way they begin to take points. But what is different here is that the point has been attached with lines, as we can see here. After that, we can enter them in the point cloud animation and to have a photo like this. And at the end, we begin to work on a plugin on the AutoCAD that is called built-in, and to have a photo like this. We can see here the film and how a virtual tour can be done with with the equipment and the plugin. That will be the output, inshallah, of the instrument and all the work that can be done. Our future activities. So we have three main points for our future activities. Dissemination, to make a workshop to raise the awareness of Porsaid culture on the national level with the aid of Porsaid al-Atimo. As for Porsaid tour, we actually began to make some tour from other countries, from other communities like from Alexandria and from Cairo to visit Porsaid and to promote the culture of Porsaid. But we would like to make now tour for the Porsaidians themselves to make them understand their heritage. My colleague Asma Medhat will give at the end of this month a webinar about the cultural heritage versus digitalization, highlighting Porsaid. Myself, I will give another webinar the next month about new ways to promote culture and tourism. And our colleague Dr. Nader Khalib from the branch of Arab Academy at Porsaid will give another lecture or webinar about Porsaid new asset and visual tour, and we hope that by this lecture we will have some solid works that we can share with you. So we are working on the sustainability now of the Art Living Lab after the life of the project. So we are working on signing an urban development an agreement with the Urban Development Fund, and this agreement is to obtain more data not only about Porsaid but also about all the heritage sites throughout Egypt, so we can make future research on this field. The documentation, whenever the equipment will arrive, we will begin to proceed in documenting one of the buildings after finishing our training on the equipment. On the other hand, we choose a diploma, short-term and long-term diplomas. Short-term, long-term diplomas is not for the one who are seeking some academic promoting or something. No, this is for the workers and employees in the cultures and in the field of documentation and conservation of cultural heritage, to give them and promoting our Art Living Lab and give them some ideas about how to use the techniques that we introduce in our lab. I would like to thank you, shukran jazilan. I wish that I was with you in person, but I had an old scheduled commitment in other country and that I couldn't move. This is me in the photo. Thank you again and wish to see you soon.
Dr. Karim, please send our greetings to Dr. Nancy, and we hope safe travel for her, and we wish to see her again in Jordan. I thought that we cannot ask Nancy any questions, so we will move to the next speaker. Now we'll go to Greece International Hellenic University. Dr. Petros will give us some information about the role of Swab Living Lab in solving local community problems of water. So, waiting the code to connect us with Dr. Petros.
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we hear you.
Okay, good.
Dr. Bashir?
I have a. There's no much. I have a file to share.
Yes, no problem.
Just want to see. Sir, I'm trying to see how I can share my files.
Yes, now you are administrated by Petros. You can share your slides.
We're here, yeah. So can you hear my screen right now? This one? No.
Petros, I think you must make share by yourself, please. You are now.
Yeah.
You give the authority to share your slides.
Okay.
Yes.
Now?
It's okay now. Yes, it's okay now.
Okay, good. That's good.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we can hear and we can see what you said. Okay, very good. Nice to hear you. I'm sorry that I was not able to join you in person, although I would like very much to be there. I had another meeting in Sweden, and it's quite cold here. It's not so good. Anyway, the presentation has to do with our activities during that period, activities that we are trying to organize under the framework of the project. I have first one very short description of the activities of the project. More or less, you are familiar with these targets. And what I would like to show, to mention here is that our main target in this period was an action that was common in all the targets, like the quality analysis of drinking water, the quality traceability, and the quality assessment of water for irrigation. In any case, we have proceed with the supply, the purchase, and the supply of the different devices for water analysis and for the installation of some water measuring stations and sensors. But we would like also to go one step further in order to see what is the perception of both consumers and farmers towards water usage. And under this target, we have prepared two groups of questionnaires that were focused on different groups of consumers. First one, consumers of drinking water, tap drinking water, and the other group was a group of farmers are using water for irrigation of their lands. And what I would like to check here or to study here was the willingness, the perception of farmers for using water reclaimed from municipal wastewater treatment plants, which means that the effluent from the wastewater treatment plant can be used for irrigation, of course under some particular constraints and limitations. Not all kinds of plants can be irrigated by this type of water. And the other group is a group of consumers, of citizens who are willing to drink either water from tap or water from or bottled water. Of course, they have to pay much more for body water than for tap water, but this is something that we would like to point out. So we would like to see in more details these two questionnaires. I would like to show if there's any kind of relation or of a link between the farmers and their mentality towards using other sources of water, not just irrigation water that they receive from a supply or from a drill or from a well, but water from a wastewater treatment plant, which may have some benefits like water conservation or even nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, but in fact there are also some threats, potentially health threats, and to my concept, the problems and the limitations are coming from social factors, from perception that anyone thinks if using wastewater or reclaimed wastewater, this might affect the quality of his products. So we have structured the questionnaire in 4 sections. We have already finished, finalized the questionnaire, and these are the 4 sections. The different questions arise in these sections, in these parts. The first one is dealing with cultivation and irrigation practices. In that case, we are trying to have information about the ownerships and the land, the type of the plants which are cultivated in the irrigated lands, methods of irrigation like using sprinklers or spraying devices, or just using the more common of tube irrigation, the origin of water, and the water consumption profiles, how much water they consume for their irrigation needs. The second section is dealing with the relation of the farmers with the water suppliers, and the water supply, like the availability of water, the flow rate and the pressure, how much they pay for this water, if they are satisfied by the existing infrastructures and the passion of the water supply organization, if they trust the water distribution pattern, I mean the distribution of water resources among the different lands in the different areas, and which are the primary factors they think that they affect the quality of water. Finally, we would like also to see if there's one group of farmers or some farmers who would like to use reclaimed water, if they have also an increased awareness about sustainability issues or about environmental issues. And the third section is following this target, and there are questions about water conservation practices, about wastewater reclamation to use, if they know that there is reclaimed water, water which is available all the time of the years, all the periods from wastewater treatment plants, with a more or less normal quality, and which can be used in some type of cultivations. Of course, you can cultivate, let's say, cotton plants or even some trees, but it's not so easy to cultivate vegetables, tomatoes, all these kind of plants, which are coming directly in contact with humans, or they can use as they are in consumption. In that case, reclaimed water can be used, but of course there should be some more strict guidelines for reuse. There are also 2 hypothetical scenarios here. If the farmers would like to use reclaimed water in case that the water that they use now has high price, and another scenario that says that if they or ask farmers to use more water in case that they know that in a certain period of time, like 5 years, they will not have access to fresh water. And finally, there are some personal details about age, education level, income, participation in training seminars. And from this question, I would like to see if there is any connection between the mentality, the behavior, the habits of the farmers and their efforts to use reclaimed wastewater. This is the first group of questioner. The other group, the second questioner, is focused on consumers and about their perception towards using tap water instead of bottled water. This is another important factor in water resources management, and this may help the water supplier in order to decide under which criteria a consumer can select tap water or bottled water. There are different sections again here, 4 sections. In the first section, we would like to see which is the water user profile. How much water he consumes. In fact, we have made some tests about this question, and we found that a very small number of consumers know how much water consumes. The preference of using tap or bottled water, reasons for using each type of this water. If in case that they use drinking water, tap water, if they have installed some kind of domestic filters, line filters, if they apply any kind of water conservation measures at home, and another important consideration is if they use water when they are tap or bottled water when they are abroad. Usually when we are quite far from our home, we don't like to drink tap water, but we are used to drink bottled water. Even if we are at the same city, at our home city, and we are going to a coffee shop or to a restaurant, at least in Greece, it's very common to drink bottled water and not tap water. And this is something that we have to take care of, or we have to consider. The second section of this question is dedicated to the knowledge of consumers about the water properties in the area. Sorry, there is a Greek word here, sorry for that. If they know the origin of water, from where the water they drink, where is coming from, the quality of water, if they are aware of information about water properties from the water supplier, information about pricing, which are the responsibilities of the water supplier, and which is the legislation about water quality and water and information about these issues. The third section is dealing with environmental awareness, and we would like again here to show if there is any connection between the environmental awareness of consumer and his ability to drink tap water instead of bottled water. And the environmental relation is connected to several issues, like the use of plastics bottles, plastic bottles in bottled water, and the also a relation or the willingness to buy to buy agricultural products which have been irrigated with reclaimed water. This is not exactly the target of this questionnaire, but we would like to link it to the other questionnaires for the farmers, because one farmer could say that, well, I don't like to use reclaimed water because then the consumer will not buy it. And in fact, if we go to an open market and we ask a producer how he is irrigating his products, and if he answered that, well, I use reclaimed water, then we will not be so mean, so wouldn't be happy to buy this product. we don't want to have products coming from a farming area irrigated with reclaimed wastewater. Anyway, we are trying to see if there is any such connection. And there is also another hypothetical scenario here, the use of tap water. If somebody knows that, let's say in 5 years, plastics from bottled water will become a major environmental threat. It will be full of plastics and byproducts like microplastics, and then we wouldn't like to use so much bottled water. And finally, of course, the section dealing with personal details. And we think that this questionnaire is quite important, that it is aligned to European Union Water Directive, which has to be applied by all water suppliers in the European Union countries. And one important factor here is that there should be a public awareness of the implication of water consumption quality. And the final statement, the enhancement of tap water consumption. We think that if the water supplier knows the reasons that the consumer may select either drinking water or bottled water, then he will be able to make his plans, his action plans, and develop some kind of policies in order to address the problem of bottled water. Now, more or less, we have finalized the questionnaires, and we are about to start filling it. And another issue that we have to deal with in that case is the filling of a representative number of questionnaires. And in that case, this is quite easy for consumers, since from the statistical survey, we know that for the city of Kilkis, which is the population of the city, of the town, so from statistical methods, we can extract the required number of questionnaires. For example, for Kilkis city, this amounts to about 400 to 700 questionnaires. So we have to fill this amount of questionnaires depending on the accuracy that we would like to have. Of course, sometimes the statistical surveys may have some problems, like the statistical survey that took place around 11 years ago was normal. We had some problems arose due to the movement of inhabitants to the power places. I mean that during this survey, people used to go to the power places in order to solve that the place, which might be a small village, is quite strong, has still some population, instead of staying at the place where they live. In any case, this is something that we cannot do. Anything to address, or we can have more real data from the last survey that took place this year, the last year, but still we don't have results at that time. The other type, which is more difficult, is the number of farmers, because we want to know the number of farmers, but we don't have any access to data or to database. And we will use some kind of indirect method of estimation of the number of farmers by the total area of the land which is irrigated, and the corresponding average ownership, how many hectares are owned by each farmer. The next step will be to establish a group of students who are going to fill the questionnaire. We will go through a training period that more or less will take place next week. We expect to take place next week. And after the training, they are going to have also a field sampling. They are going to fill a questionnaire under the surveillance of ourselves. And finally, they are going to fill the questionnaire by themselves in some group of consumers or farmers. And the final step will be the filling of questionnaires in places in particular places. And in that case, we have to find places where people are not in a hurry, are not sad, and they should be happy in order to have quite good results. And of course, these are not places like workplace or working area or a supermarket where people used to be in a hurry. These places could be a coffee shop or a restaurant or centers where farmers are visiting, or cooperatives. In general, this has to be done by case to case. And as a final slide, we would like to have this question also filled in the partners countries in order to have comparison of the results between the different areas. Of course, these questionnaires have to be adapted to each case. For example, in Greece, there might be irrigation methods which are different from the irrigation methods which are used in other cases. Or other problems may arise in other countries, like countries where tap water is not available all the day. So the questionnaire has to be adapted to each case. What we can do from our side is to prepare this questionnaire in English and send it to the other partners, and then the partners will be able to translate it in their own language and use it in order to have the results. Then we can collect all the results and see how we can manage with that. And of course, we can have some publication in a journal from these results. More or less, this is the presentation. I don't know if there are some questions. I will be happy to reply.
Okay, Dr. Petros, thank you very much. Yeah, there is a question to you from Dr. Karim.
I don't know how I can stop sharing. Yeah, here, okay.
Good evening, Petros. I would like to thank you for your nice presentation. Actually, one of gaps exists between scientists and government or decision makers, that we doing research in our labs, or our students make masters, PhDs, but how we can, from your experience, how we can make a bridging between our research and the government. So, according to the presentation you show us now, that after you finish the questionnaire and the analysis, what is the next step? Are you going to the government or make recommendations? And also, I would like to thank you for the last talk about applying this questionnaire in our universities and our countries to make a mutual research about this. Thank you.
I don't have a really good connection, and I'm not sure that I understood the question or the comment. Either could you, I don't know if you could write it, or if you could.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Okay. Actually, my question is that there is a gap between scientists and decision makers. So after you finish your questionnaire, what is the next step? Are you going to let the results go to the decision makers, government? It's actually, we are suffering from this issue here in, I say for example, in Egypt, that there is no bridging between our research work and the government. So I would like to hear about your experience in this. And for the last part, I'm talking about applying this questionnaire in our universities and countries. It will be a good point to make a mutual research in this topic. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I see. The question has to do with both the farmers, consumers, and the water supplier. And in that case, this is very good connected in line with project targets. about your question now, how we are going to deal with that as soon as we collect all the questionnaires and we have the first results, is that, for example, we can go to, in the second group of water of consumers, we can go to the water supply company of Kikis, which is also involved in these activities, and talk with them which are the reasons of selecting, of one consumer selecting tap or bottled water. Perhaps he thinks that bottled water is better, has better taste, and doesn't smell, I don't know, chlorine. And in that case, the water supplier can decide that he should make better campaign awareness of citizens about the quality of the tap water, or change the chlorine content and this kind of actions. We can also talk with the water supply of Kyrgyz, because this is also the company which treats wastewater, how they will be able to prepare wastewater from the municipal wastewater treatment plant with sufficient quality that can be used for irrigation. You know, in some cases, especially during summer period, fresh water is not available, and in that case, the wastewater treatment company will be able to provide reclaimed wastewater in enough amounts to the farmers to be used, and then they have also to be informed about the quality of this water and this kind of issues. In a short way, in both cases, I think there are several benefits for the water supplier, because he's going to know the profile or the behavior of both the consumers and the farmers, and if they would like to use tap water or reclaimed water respectively. On the other hand, to the consumer, because he will trust more tap water, this will be, of course, safe, more safe and cheaper for him. And of course, the farmers, because they are going to have access to water, nutrients, and free of charge, of course, low cost. And on the other hand, the more fair benefits will come to the environment, that we will not spend much water and so on. I don't know if this answered to your questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Petros. The next speaker also from Greece, from International Hellenic University, Dr. Banadjotis. Yeah, are you with us? Stella? Mr.
Yes,
Stella? Yes, you will give the presentation. Stella?
Yes.
Yes? Are you hearing me? Yeah, okay.
Am I sharing with you?
Yes.
And you can hear me?
Yeah, good. You can start, please.
Hello, I'm Stella Stavroulaki, associate researcher with the Archaeo project of the International Hellenic University, and I'm here with Professor Panagiotis Aramidis. I really wish we could have been there for this meeting. It was a pleasure meeting you in Kyrgyz. For our presentation, I'm going to talk about the impact of Archaeo on the assigned municipality, which is the municipality of Kyrgyz for us. Among the other numerous aspects of the Archaeo project, a big part of this initiative is to enhance the educational and socioeconomic conditions of the local community. That includes the enrichment tourism. We wish for the visitation in Kyrgyz to be increased after installing the project there. As we've discussed before, the location of our project will be the city of Kyrgyz, a city of approximately 22,740 permanent citizens and 80,000 people in the whole municipality. The city is a site of rural tourism, but its economy relies heavily on industrial production. There is one school of higher education there, which falls under International Chilean University, in the field of creative design and clothing. In the former meeting held in Kiki, some of you visited the cave of St. George, which will be our main site, and learned some information about its history and its significance. Currently, the cave has no tour guide, and the archaeological findings of the cave are kept in a separate location. We want to bring life again to the site and help preserve its history in the years to come with as modern ways as possible. This includes the virtual reality technology, the augmented reality technology, and the past computational systems. Undoubtedly, the attention and effort put on the archaeological site will attract the notice of the public all by themselves. Our endeavor with this site is to make a virtual tour of the cave. The tour will give the visitor the ability to walk around in the cave as if they were actually there and interact with the cave and the findings. This last part is not viable with the real cave, so in the virtual environment it will be an enhancement. Also, auditory guidance will be provided, so the visitor learns about the cave. This experience will happen in a remote location from the cave, there in the city of Kilkis. The second part of our project will include an augmented visit to the cave, where the visitors of the actual cave will have the opportunity to get digital information about it with no tour guide. So the tour guide will be the software of the tour. The goal of this endeavor is to educate the visitors of Kilkis about the cave, as well as bring attention to all the other beautiful features of its location. Through these technological enhancements, the location is going to be upgraded to a more modern and up-with-the-time place. This technique has been applied to a couple more places in Greece, but still it will be one of the first sites to be upgraded to this standard. The virtual tour is going to be advertised on Kilkis' website with a small demo video, maybe an interactive 360 module. The first visitors of the tour will get commemorative 3D printed artifacts of the cave. Photos of both the development process and the usable outcome will be posted on Kilkis and the university's social media. Through this project, we'll try to educate people not only on the archaeological significance of this cave, but also on the wealthy heritage of Kilkis and the attack potential that lies in Kilkis, but also other places like this. So we talked about how there have been other projects like this here, but the truth is Greece has innumerable archaeological sites and relies heavily on tourism. So we count this project to add to the steps that are made to bring all this history and all the learning to an advanced technological platform. Why not make it in every museum or archaeological site? We want this education to work both ways, as to educating the community on these new and exciting technologies. So our plan is to get this project in the hands of the municipality, teach them how to use it and how to utilize it, with the desired outcome being to bring it to the attention of more people that would wish to expand on it. So that many people learn about VR, AR, and how they can use it and start making new exciting projects like this. Maybe start making it an everyday way of functioning in tourism and education. Of course, there will be sufficient training to the local authorities on how to use the equipment to keep the attraction running, with as little need for maintenance as possible. So we will make this project, we will install it in Kilkis, in both the sites, both the cave for the augmented reality and the lab for the virtual reality. Teach the people that work there or in the municipality how to keep them running, not something too complicated. And of course, at first, we're going to take some measures to see if what we made is working easily. At the end of the project, we will make quality assurance tests collect data and reviews, and make every change possible to ensure the best conditions for the enhancement of tourism in Kilkis. All this with a sincere hope to communicate this heritage to as many people as possible, and for Kilkis to get the attention and growth it deserves in our society and economy. This was our presentation. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I can answer them.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stella. So please, any question to Stella? Okay, Stella, thank you. So, dear colleagues, again, thank you very much for attending the first day of the seminar. According to the scheduled activities in the agenda for the first day, now we will move to roundtable discussions and to activate bilateral interaction between the interested parties. However, in this case, we will actually stop the live streaming of the closed discussion between the participants, and then we will move to the lunch break. This will be the end of this meeting for the first day. Again, I would like to remind you that tomorrow, the second day of the seminar, and we will start at 10:30 in the morning, so please pay attention. Now, I think we may move to another hall in order to activate the bilateral discussions. Again, thank you for all our partners from Europe joining us throughout the Microsoft team, from Italy and from Greece and from Palestine as well. Anyway, sorry for stopping the live streaming now and moving to the roundtable discussion up to the lunchtime. Thank you again. Okay, we have a free time now up to the lunch break, so we can stay here in this room, or otherwise we can go outside. And بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Good morning for everyone, and welcome again in the second day of our international seminar. Our seminar entitled as Consolidating the Role of Civic University by Directing the Applied Scientific Research to Community Development. So according to agenda of the second day of the seminar, today we will have presentations from our partners from Palestine Polytechnic University. We have presentations from the University of Sousse in Tunisia, and we have a presentation from Al-Barqa University. So let us start with the first presentation from Palestine Polytechnic University. The first presentation for Dr. Dr. Rami. Dr. Rami, you joining us? Dr. Rami? Dr. Rami? Yes, Dr. Rami?
Yeah, okay.
Dr. Rami?
Yes, yes.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Yes, please, you can start your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rukli, for the introduction again, and it is very unfortunate not to be with you in this great event in Al-Barqa University, in Al-Hifan University, and we hope next time to be together and to be available with our team and to discuss the progress in our project with all. Okay, maybe I will take the opportunity now to start my presentation. It's again under the same theme, which is linking the water quality and food safety in Hebron district. And I will focus on the integration of different disciplines for the good of this project. Can you mute the mic, please, Dr. Rukli, can you mute the mic in your place? There's interference.
Yes, we hear you clearly, Dr. Rami. Go ahead, please.
Yeah?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, go ahead.
No. Yeah, before I start, I would like to give a brief introduction about the mission and vision of our the Palestine Polytechnic University. It's one of the universities in Palestine which represents a real real connection with the community and real services with the Palestinian society. It's even one of the missions mentioned in our university. It's a university serving community. So we have a direct relationship with the community, and we tackle the problems which is directly related to the life of the Palestinians, and from different disciplines we try to solve these problems and enhance the quality of the life in Palestine. The university has developed different service and community services centers. I will briefly mention some of them. Mainly, they have a IT center for excellence, center for excellence in continuing education. This has a direct relationship with the society. We have also industrial synergy center, vehicles testing center, stone marble center. Our area is famous for producing stone and in stone industry. Recently, a new center is focusing at working with leather industry and related business to leather industry. And few years only, 5-6 years only, the Palestine Korea Biotechnology Center was inaugurated in order to tackle and serve the Palestinian community in terms of biotechnological issues and problems. And besides the service centers, there are also research centers. Also, the Palestine Korea Biotechnology Center, where I work, actually is one of these research centers.
And there are other centers like renewable energy, power electronics, center of excellence in telecommunication and information technology research. The Palestine, what is called the Palestine Korea Biotech Center, was established and inaugurated in 2018 from a generous donation from the South Korean government. And it has three main service areas and focus areas, which are biomedical research group, and we are also active in animal health research group. And from my side, I'm working with agricultural and plant research group. Our strategic objectives in this center is to build a qualified human capital, which is very important, and the Palestinian society really need this. We apply for funding and fundraising to support our research project. We, as a product, we have publications and we publish in high quality research international journals. We have networking and relationships with so many research centers all over the world, and we have partnerships with local, private, and individual sectors in Palestine and outside. And one of our strategic objectives is to raise the public awareness related to biotechnological issues in the three different fields which I mentioned before. We managed and we succeeded to establish partnerships also with the local institutes and local society service centers. Like we have partnership with Bethlehem University. For 15 years we are teaching together in a joint master program degree. We have partnerships with Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of also get together and study and investigating all relevant issues related to biotechnology. At the local level in Hebron district mainly, we have partnerships with Al-Ahli Hospital, one of the biggest hospitals in the area. A Kamuni company, this is for poultry production, one of the largest poultry production companies in Palestine. And recently we have relationships and agreements with Palestinian Pharmacists Association. And we now work hand in hand together with Hebron municipality, especially in the issue of water quality through the medical. I will mention a little bit something related to water issue in Palestine. Palestine is different from any other place in the world. We have a special or peculiarity in water issue in two main points or in two main perspectives. The first one is that we as Palestinians, we don't have control on the major water resources in our area. And the second issue, the Israeli side is controlling the quantity of the water which we use in all life aspects. And this quantity can be very bad in summertime. So I will not exaggerate if I say that we have water only once a month in many areas in the city. We divide the city into sectors. Each sector gets the water only once a month, or every 20 days, three weeks to 1 month, once few hours of water. So this very limited amount of water goes for all life aspects. Besides the domestic drinking water, household using, and animal husbandry, and also agricultural water and irrigation. all from the same amount of work, which is the limited amount of work. And we also not very successful, still not very successful in using the waste water and recycled water. Still very limited amounts, and also this recycled water we don't have 100% control over. There are also some restrictions from the Israeli side towards using the recycled and used water. Okay, let me now go a little bit to a different story, also related to water and agriculture. Recently in our labs, we analyzed the microbial content of fresh herbs, mainly parsley and mint. We analyzed the bacterial content, which is grown and living inside the tissue, not outside the tissue. So this bacterial content does not go by simple washing or by regular washing done by household treatment. Sorry. So when we analyze the bacterial content of these two herbs, we surprised that we discovered seven types of bacteria, and some of them are really dangerous to human health, and maybe put the health issue under the microscope with and evaluating the water quality, is it, or the product or the food quality, is it safe to consume these herbs or not? And another question, are there any other crops which are really affected by this silent bacteria or hidden bacteria which doesn't go by washing or regular treatment? So this triggered us to build a lab or a nucleus of a lab to study both the water quality issues and at two different levels: the biological, let me say, the biological content and contamination, let's say, and the other issue is to study the chemical contamination in the water, both for drinking water, agricultural water, and also to analyze the agricultural products and make a relationship together with water quality in different places in Hebron district. So we bought some basic analytical and also sophisticated analytical equipment. Especially for biological contamination, we bought qPCR, which is very sensitive towards biological contamination, and we will use some sensors in the field and in the lab to detect the chemical pollution related to water or connected to water. And we will also have a weather station which is responsible for recording other site information like temperature, humidity, and so on. The equipment started to come last few weeks. We have few pieces of equipment which are also tried for the first trial, and they are working fantastic. And we are on the way now to establish this living lab in the fields and in the water reservoirs in the city, and to have a high throughput and big data, let me say, and make this task possible again. And this will be also done together with the municipality, in cooperation with the municipality water department and any other service NGO or any other institute or any other body which is interested in water issues in here. Also, we are going to train some private sector on analysis of water in order to establish for the future modern, let me say, monitoring system for water and enhancing the water quality in the whole district. So this will be a three-pillar working group, let me say. From the university, we will be the Pakistan Korea Biotech Center, and we will be available in the field by implanting these water sensors and monitoring stations. And we will work also hand in hand with the three bodies which I mentioned, the municipality and the public or private sector and any services NGO they like. This is our mid-term and long-term proposal in this project. And finally, we hope that the outcomes will be, we will develop and train experienced staff in tackling the water issue, and to enhance procedures, let me say, and develop new testing techniques in order to reach our goals. Also, there will be another outcomes which is related to scientific part and technical services like consultation, publications for health, which are useful for health and agricultural and public-private sectors alike. At the employment level, we hope that our training courses will increase the awareness and increase the opportunity for having more employment in different places. We will work together with, including the public and private sector. I think this is all which I will mention today, and we hope soon we will have real data, and we are of course open and ready to discuss this with the project teams and learn from them according to their experience. Yeah, thank you very much. And if there is any questions, any comments?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rami.
Yes. Welcome.
Dr. Rami, you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, Dr. Rami. Thank you very much for this powerful presentation. I would like to give the mic for our colleagues if some have any questions. Any questions, please? Okay, Dr. Rami, just I would like to ask you a short question about the establishment of the swab lab. You mentioned that you finished the equipment of this lab. My question is, can you tell us if you have some slides about the specification of the imported equipment for this lab?
With the equipment specifications here?
Yes, I mean, have you a list for those purchased equipment with some detailed specifications?
We have detailed list, but according to the, let me say, for the chemical testing and sensors, we followed the standard regulations used for municipal water in terms of detecting the contaminants, nitrate, ammonia, for example, the pH, electric conductivity, and some other parameters. Based on these criteria, we selected the specifications and technical part of our for the chemical testing. Let me see. For the biological testing, we will follow both the levels: the classical traditional method of water culture. Let me say the water culture, and we will go to the deep identification of the microbial contamination by analyzing the genetic material of the isolated bacteria or isolated contaminants if they exist.
Okay, thank you. My question is just to let you know that we will make a cross-border cooperation with your university and exchange the benefit of your swab lab and our swab lab. So I hope, yes, I hope in the coming days we can carry on a Zoom meeting to discuss the common issues between our countries. Thank you again, Dr. Rami.
Sure.
Thank you again.
Sure, that would be great, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rami. The next presentation, it is for Dr. Sami, for Dr. Zain, I'm sorry, Dr. Zain. دكتور عمر.
نعم عزيزي، أنا بس تعطيني دقيقة واحدة حتى أعمل شير
اوكي
للسلايدات بعدين نبدأ إن شاء الله.
اوكي take your time.
ظهرت عندك دكتور السلايدات؟
Yes.
أبدأ؟
Yes, Dr. Zain, you can start, please.
Okay. So, also from my side, good morning everybody. I am very happy to be with you today. Unluckily via online and not in person. So today I am going to elaborate on our research, not our research, on our efforts regarding the virtual reality-based digital restoration and cultural heritage in Hebron, or city of Palestine. So just a few sentences about Hebron. Hebron occupies the southern third of the West Bank. If we look at the map of Palestine in total, we see that Hebron is located almost in the middle. Regarding the old city of Hebron, I am talking about this region. I hope you see my mouse cursor. So in total, this region occupies a relatively small portion of the Hebron of today. If we look at a picture, so from this perspective, we see in the center of the picture, this building is the Abraham Mosque, Al-Haram al-Ibrahimi. This is a very important building from a religious point of view, since it is highly believed that many prophets are buried under this building. So the old city of Hebron is the part that is shown in the lower part of the image. You can probably distinguish the buildings, the houses from the color of the stones because they have a darker color in comparison with the buildings in the upper part of the picture. So it's not hard to see the difference. Imagine that the part of the picture that is shown in the lower side is almost 1,000 years old, whereas the upper part is less than 80 years old. So the most part of the old city of Hebron lies within this area. Of course, this picture shows only one perspective of the whole old city. However, there are some houses that are scattered outside this region, but not far further than a few hundred meters. So, for example, you see some houses with this darker color of stones. And by the way, if any of these buildings is to be destructed for any reason, the stones are strictly prohibited to be sold for any purpose other than the use in renovation. So this is the old city from outside. The old city from inside looks like this. You will see many gases, small streets, and you will see stairs to the upper apartments. In the lower part, you will see some entrances to the buildings, the houses. You will even see some small shops. In this house, for example, this house is the place where my mother grew as a child, for example. So this is the house of my grandfather. In the last 30 years, there has been great efforts to do kind of renovation in the old city, because a great part of the old city has been damaged to different reasons. I don't mean with damage, I don't mean that it was destructive, but it was, it has many problems regarding the building due to natural reasons. So, as I said, there has been great efforts to renovate the old city with great success in some areas, and in some areas there could no construction could be done due to political reasons. In our project, we hope we will also contribute to the preservation of the old city of Hebron in the sense or by means of virtually reconstruct the old city and use these reconstructions to preserve the city for the next generations, as well as to promote the old city of Hebron for tourism. As a child, I remember that we had tourist buses almost every day visiting the old city of Hebron, but in the last 30 years, I can say I rarely see any tourists in the old city. So for this purpose, we were and we are happy to be part of this project. We built our team from university colleagues as well as participants from the Hebron municipality and the Hebron government. The persons shown here are the partners in the project, participating persons. However, I will not go through the names, but I just wanted to show how heterogeneous this group is. So it is it's not hard to deduce that this is a multidisciplinary team containing specialists from different disciplines like computer science and engineering, architectural engineering, geomatics, IGS, GIS, tourism, and organizational institutes. Now I am going to say some words about the setup of the project. We hope to be able to construct as soon as possible. It mainly contains some display devices like head-mounted displays, like AR smart glasses. These are meant to show the virtual scenes that are going to be built. They are different in the way they can be programmed. So the one shown in the lower part is a better choice for augmented reality applications, whereas the one shown in the upper part serves better for VR setups. We will also have devices for the 3D reconstruction. With 3D reconstruction, I mean building 3D models of the objects of the buildings consideration. So we will have a photogrammetric camera as well as 3D laser scanner. They are different in the way they function and the way the results they deliver. In addition to this, we will construct a tracking system in this picture. I'm showing the one we wish will be able to order, which is an opti tracking system. This is meant to serve us in building or in achieving motion capture scenarios for the virtual tours that are to be shown in the virtual museum intended in the frame of this project. In addition to some other smaller equipment like 3D printers, workstations, etc. As I said, I'm not sure I highlighted it clearly. We still did not receive this equipment, but we hope we will receive them in the near future. However, in the next few slides, I will show some activities tightly related to our project that are done at the Department of Geodesy and Geomatics, related to laser scanning, laser-based reconstruction, photogrammetric-based reconstruction. These activities are done in the frame of different teaching as well as research activities. So we have, I think, more than one laser scanner at this department, with which we make terrestrial laser scans of, for example, topography of the land. They also make indoor scans, which are meant to be used for internal design. They also make outdoor scans. For example, in this picture, this is a scan of the main building in the PPU campus, which is Building C, containing the administration of the university as well as the College of IT and Computer Engineering. In this slide, I'm showing the process of scanning an old building. Unfortunately, I could not figure out the exact location of this building in Hebron. I'm not even sure if this is a building in Hebron, but this is a building that was scanned and reconstructed by the colleagues at the Department of Geodesy. We also do the other way of 3D reconstruction. I mean the photogrammetric reconstruction. This method is based on calculating or collecting a set of images of the scene, of the building to be reconstructed. Actually, with either with a specialized camera or with a normal camera. But if we use a normal camera, we need to do a series of camera calibration processes, including distortion correction, by which the distortion at the which is greater at the outer sides of the picture. These distortions should be corrected because the image is not actually precise or accurate in dimensions. In addition to focal length calibration, there are actually even more calibration processes that are to be done before you get the set of images that are suitable for the next step, which is the reconstruction by means of software. So, among others, we use the Argisoft MetaShape software, which is a commercial software that is simple to use, very efficient, and delivers very nice results. I mean, very nice reconstructions based on normally captured images. Normally captured images that are corrected using the calibration I mentioned previously. So these are some. This is an example of using this kind of reconstruction. So we called it from images to 3D because it starts with normal images and ends up with a 3D model of the scene, the building, or whatever you want to reconstruct. So we use a drone equipped with a camera, and we scan, we make photos of the building to be reconstructed from different perspectives. The more images you capture, the better results you get. So after capturing these images, these are fed to the software with some pre-processing steps. The software delivers 3D reconstructions of the building or the scene under consideration. I will show a video. I hope it appears on your side. If it doesn't, I should share the. Okay, I don't see it from my side. Do you see the video on your side? You don't see videos. Okay. I will share the other. Okay. Just a few minutes. Just a second.
وبعدين أحيانا وعشرة
So this is a relatively new building. Besides the other campus of the university, almost 2 kilometers from our offices. So this reconstruction is based or is done using the photogrammetric camera and the software I've just mentioned. Okay, I will skip the video and return back to my slides. So, what is coming next? In our plan, in addition to the reconstruction of the old city of Hebron, we intend to conduct some research regarding the reconstruction of other archaeological sites in Palestine, mainly in Hebron and in the region around Hebron. The motivation for this work is, as you know, Palestine and the region around it, I mean Palestine and in Jordan, was ruled by the Roman Empire for almost 6 centuries. So there are many archaeological sites in the area in Palestine, in Jordan. Some of them are good preserved, some of them are not good preserved, some are totally destructed due to, as I read, most of the destructions are due to natural reasons, not due to wars as one might at first think. So the idea is we believe that since these remains belong to the empire, the Roman Empire, maybe the Greek Empire, also they have something in common, or something. They have the characteristics of this empire, or the characteristics of the architecture of this empire, which is also supposed to be seen in the remains in Italy or in Greece. So we hope we will be able to make some reconstructions of the remains in Palestine, and with the cooperation with the colleagues in Italy and in Greece, we will be able to reconstruct the rest of these remains. For example, this image on the side shows the remains of the so-called Al-Muwarraq Palace near Hebron, which is a Roman palace. Our ultimate goal is to reconstruct this palace as much as possible, as accurate as possible, and by means of augmented reality, we we wish we will be able to show this palace on place. So somebody wearing the suitable AR glasses will be able to see how did this palace look like as it was 2,000 years ago. To summarize, as I said in this talk, we hope we will be able to utilize the up-to-date and future technology like digitalization, virtual reality, augmented reality, IoT, artificial intelligence, etc. We want to utilize these technologies to contribute to the cultural heritage of the region, to the tourism promotion of the region. It's not hard to see that this work requires a high degree of regional as well as European cooperation. It's not hard to see that this work is a multidisciplinary work requiring specialists from different disciplines. The work has, of course, a cultural aspect. We hope not only to contribute to the preservation of the archaeological sites being mentioned, but also to facilitate kind of new job opportunities for different types of employers. So within this project, we certainly need people that are that have awareness of IT, like computer graphics, computer networks, augmented reality and virtual reality. So we need to train these people. Maybe later these people are to be hired by the university or by the municipality. I don't know which organization is which institution is going to be responsible for this, but I am almost sure the success of this project will contribute to opening new job opportunities which serve our community. I think I'm done. Thank you for your attention, and I will be more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zain, for this interesting presentation, actually. So, any questions for Dr. Zain? Dr. Zain, you with us? Dr. Zain?
Sorry. Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm sorry, my mic was unintentionally muted. I hope you hear me now.
Okay, Dr. Zain. Just I would like to comment on the establishment of the Archo Lab, Dr. Zain.
Please.
Yes, I thought that you are in the final stages of establishing this Archo Lab, and you actually receive a lot of equipments. Is it the case?
Not yet, actually, due to some organizational issues. We are one phase behind the phase you already you mentioned. So we did not yet receive the equipment. We finished the organizational issues, but due to the latency in receiving the payments, we could not order the equipment. To be told, I'm not 100% aware of the organizational issues. Dr. Mu'min is involved in such issues, but to the best of my knowledge, we still have some latency in receiving the payments, which will certainly cause some delay in ordering and receiving the equipment.
Okay, Dr. Zain, another comment, please.
Yes, please.
Yes, in order to enrich the cooperation with the local community, did you receive any request from the local governmental authorities to do some job for them using the already received equipments in this lab?
You mean the Palestinian authorities?
Yes, in the Hebron city maybe.
Yes. As I said early in this talk, we have the Hebron municipality as well as Hebron governorate, which is the highest organizational department in Hebron. Both are partners in this project, both are presented. So regarding receiving the equipment, we do not expect any tackles from the Palestinian side. We hope we will not have any obstacles from the Israeli sides, because the equipments are normal equipment that are in some great part also available at other institutions. More or less.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zain.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the coming of the next presentation, it is for Dr. Sami. You ready, Dr. Sami? The last 4 minutes yours, please.
Start. Good morning. I am glad to present to you today. Sorry? Mike, yeah. Donc, the title of my presentation is Developing the Role of the Civic University in Smart Water Use in Tunisia. I will start by a brief history. Sorry. A brief history of water management. With a brief history of water management in Tunisia. So the history of water, in fact, water culture in Tunisia is an old tradition, vestige of of many water harvesting hydraulic structure across the country is a clear indicators of water historical it's okay built up by successive civilization. For example, in the Carthage period, with scanty rainfall, majority of ancient Carthage water was supplied from sand, from wells and citerns in individual homes. These citerns collect rainwater. They were often at least 2 meters deep and could hold several thousand liters of water. In the Roman period, the new settlers found themselves in front of a different condition from those in Rome, since the Roman architecture is based on a huge use of water. They was using baths and fountains, so there was not enough water supply for the new arrivals. A new water collection and distribution system a new collection and distribution system was were constructed. There is a problem. Were constructed thanks to the combination between two techniques: the Roman one, based on aqueducts, and the Carthaginian one, based in citerns. So there was a construction of 132 kilometers aqueduct, and till now this aqueduct we can visit it from the region of Zagwan to the region of the capital Tunis, and especially in the region of Kaswa. The history continue with in the Aghlabite basins, in the Aghlabite period, where the these hydraulic basins constructed by the Aghlabite were built in the 9th century by the Aghlabite dynasty. They has provided water for townspeople in the region of Kairouan from more than a millennium. The Aghlabite basins are composed of two connected citerns, which together form an open-air reservoir fed by a 36-mile aqueduct that sources water from the hills beyond town. Water flowed into the smaller pool, which serves as a sort of a filter, collecting stray sediments before the water is transferred to the larger basins, which is an impressive 16 feet and deep and 420 feet in diameter. And the Aghlabite constructs more than 52 basins, but now in Cameroon there is only 2 that are still working. In the field of irrigation, here is the photo of Ibn Shabat. Ibn Shabat was an ingenious intellectual in the region of Tozer. He do a water irrigation method. This method was based in instituting a water division model. He was the precursor in this matter. The irrigation duration measurement unit was the cadus, which is equal to 3 to 5 minutes, with a water flow varying from 30 to 50 liters per second. So Tunisia is stressed in the is situated in a stressed region there is not a sufficient amount of rainflow, both for drinking and for agriculture. So it is really important for our country to control and to use intelligently to have a smart control of the water. This smart control have to begin from the university. Have to be done from the university. Okay. In the university program or on the studies program, there is, for example, at the University of Sousse in the Faculty of Agriculture, there is the organization of meeting every 2 years between companies, teachers, and students to define the subjects of end of study projects and master degree subjects. There is in their curriculum 4 thematic bibliographic seminar and visits to companies and associations. In the field of research, the Tunisian University are actively working in the smart water use. As an example, the histogram here shows the number of publications in IoT related to water research. This number jumps from 2 publications in 2015 to 88 publications in 2022. Till now, for this year, there is 39 publications in this field, in the field of IoT related to water research. The concept of smart water management and control, in this concept we have to measure smarter. Sorry. To measure smart, to communicate better, to analyze easier, in order to improve the revenue and to increase the efficiency. Every smart water system have a physical layer, generally composed of pumps, pipes, valves, meters, a sensor control, sensors for flow, for quality, for valves and for pumps control. And then there is a protocol of communication. It depends. There is a lot of protocols, Wi-Fi, GSM, LoRaWAN. After that, the data have to be managed and displayed, and later analyzes to forecast, to know consumption, forecast leakage, control, pressure, optimization, and time modeling. The research made by Tunisian University aims to make a digital transformation for water through the use of sensor network to allow better management of water resources and water quality, of course. This research have led to the creation in many startups. In reality, in Tunisian University, we have university incubators, and these incubators have contributed to the creation of new generation of startups working in the field of water, environment, and agriculture. Here, an example of some newly created startups. For example, BWS. It's a startup called B Wireless Solution. This startup uses soil moisture monitoring and irrigation management to automatic control for irrigation. There is another startup called CBAX, Smart Loggers. I have the contact of all these startups if some of you are more interested to know about. For the stakeholders, the water control and management is dedicated to the Ministry of Agriculture and Water Resources and Fisheries. The ministry is in close collaboration of almost all other ministries. But in Tunisia also we have a national water council. A national water council and a committee of a domain on domain of hydraulic public. The Ministry of Agriculture, of course, have some organization or local authority as SONAD. It's the National Society of Water Distribution. AMPE is the National Agency for Environment. There is also a lot of association active in the field of water. Here are some examples. For example, the Tunisian Association of Water, Energy and Environment, the Tunisian Dynamics Around Water, and there is a new association called the Scientific and Technical Association of Water and Environmental and the Environment in Tunisia. During the phase of the project, during MedQuad implementation, the University of Sousse made some agreements with SONET, which is responsible of the distribution of drinking water, the Regional Tourism Directorate, and the Regional Directorate of Agriculture and the Municipality of Sousse. At the end of my speech, I would like to thank Professor Rabhi, Professor Kamal, and all the Jordan colleagues for their hospitality and for the really good condition and really I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sami. Please, any question to Dr. Sami? Okay, Dr. Sami, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear partners from European countries, whom watching us through the live streaming on the Facebook and joining us on the Microsoft team. We are lucky actually because Professor Zakaria Al-Qadha, the Vice President for Academic Affairs at Al-Balqa University, he is with us now. So I would like to introduce Professor Zakaria. Professor Zakaria Al-Qadha, he is one of the famous researchers at Al-Balqa University, almost at all Jordanian universities as well. Professor Zakaria also he is one of the most influencing researchers in the Jordanian University. So I will give the platform to Professor Zakaria. He would like to welcome you again, and also he would like to explain to us how the Al-Balqa University is strongly committed to the successful actions of our MidGuard project. So Professor Zakaria, thank you for your coming, and the mic is with you, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أود أن أرحب بكل الضيوف الكرام وبالحضور في هذه الندوة الخاصة بهذا المشروع الذي يجمع عدد من الدول العربية بالإضافة للأردن. عندنا تونس ومصر. في حدا من مصر موجود عندنا هون؟ أهلا وسهلا بالجميع. I would like to transfer the greeting from the president of our university, Professor Ahmed Al-Ajuni, for you, and we are ready to make more joint projects with you in the future in all fields, not in the civil engineering or these in the Department of Civil Engineering here, we also would like to make more in the chemical engineering or any field of engineering in the future. I hope you could stay in Jordan, and we are ready to help this mini conference to any need for you to get a happy stay in Jordan, and we are glad to meet you again in Jordan in the future. Thank you very much. And very thanks for Professor Ribhi and Professor Kamil for their continuous activities in organizing such meetings, and we are waiting from you to make more and more.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Zakaria, for this kind spirit and for continuous supporting of the researchers at Belgrade University. Let me please go for a coffee break for 15 minutes, and after that we will have the last lecture for Professor Kamil Spoon. So join again after 15 minutes. Thank you all.